This will only really be for I don't even know where I'm looking. This will only be for VOD watchers and first-time people. I desperately need a haircut, and I've decided I'm going to get it done either like end of this week or like after the move. But I've gotten these fucking like Metal Gear tufts that have started to pop up like here and here, and it looks like I'm doing a bad playthrough with fucking Venomous Snake. The irony being that I'm doing a full pacifist playthrough. And Hoffers first! Well played. Let me update the boards while I'm sipping my coffee. Come on in, friend, come on in. It does look like, unless there is a breakaway like maneuver by Arty, it does look like this month we're going to the Aeon of Digital. But with me being obsessed with data and whatnot, we'll do like an end of year. Like, obviously Bacon was the first person to get 3 months, but like how many people have gotten each one? And hey, Wolfcrad, you were there. You were ready. Anyway, how are you doing all? I'm still fucking beat, but I've decided to be very kind to myself this week because I am going to be juggling this move and all sorts of things. And so, yes, we are starting late. Yes, I look like a disheveled mess. And this is my first coffee. You know what? I can do this. And I get to hang out with you lot, so how's that for a fucking slice of fried gold, eh? Maybe, but like, Offers, now it puts you on the board. Maybe you've got a taste for victory. Maybe this is the beginning of like the sporting career of Bacon Avenger's first true contender. Because Bacon's just there in the VIP room, just alone. Not dead, despite what Bacon says. Just alone. Oh. Do you know what, Swan Dragon? Well, I am very happy to be your entertainment, your will-flavoured radio with indie games and some weird shit, I guess. Dustin, you gotta know. That's when I strike. The Fae folk keep me plugged in on when people get away from their desks. And I wait for that exact moment. It's not that I have been somehow still overtired despite resting and woke up far too late. And if you hear something that sounds like hell on earth being bored through, like a drill-like being from outside our dimension coming on through, that's just the building works below. In case you wondered why I look so haggard. Got the fucking bouncy castle kids upstairs, and I've got the fucking drill downstairs. Last week it was 2 jackhammers across the road and the drilling works downstairs. I was like, oh, fucking come on. However, they are going to be opening like a grocery store literally in my building. Friends, this time next year, it is entirely possible that I could be a perfect sphere. Perfect sphere. Oh, lordy, lordy. So yeah, Jamami and Dustin, what and welcome. Come on in, friends, come on in. Hey!
Howdy. Random bit dropping back into the VODs. I have a big puppy looking forward to playing in the snow.
Really cool. Well, glad to hear it's snowing where you're at. I mean, thank you for 500, you fucking legend. And yeah, I'll see you in the land of VODs. I don't know why I said it like that. I'm still on my first coffee. Numbers, what and welcome. Jamami, Mental Monk, Lance, good to see you.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
A stranger told me they were going to show me a good time. Turned out they were a speedrunner.
I mean, we've had some speedrunning training going popping off in the long ship, so that makes sense.
Jan Snipe.
Yeah, no, the Eldon is yours. Good claim. Good claim! No, numbers. Thank you. It's 500 bits, friend. Thank you. And Wolfgrad, that is nearly 50 months. And by my calculation, 49 months is roughly more than 10 months. I think. I'd have to check my workings out. Thank you. Angel Kalina Watto, and welcome. Come on in, friends. Come on in. Glad to hear you're feeling better. Oh no, numbers. I'm sorry to hear you're feeling worse. Well, hopefully I can be a vaguely comforting distraction. I mean, honestly, friends, today has been a stupidly slow news day in the world of video games, which is not a bad thing. So we'll have okay, and I got a really interesting game to show you. The one I've got for us today is the Axis Unseen. It says that it is a heavy metal inspired horror game. It's not a horror game. What it is it's kind of like a druidic archery sort of game. So it's a person who worked over at Bethesda on Skyrim and a bunch of Fallouts and who decided to go it solo, make the game that they wanted to make. It's purely based on the archery combat from Skyrim, exploring this gorgeous kind of like unplaceable forest. It's a little bit, you know, pre-colonialized North America. It's a bit like the dark forests of Germany, and it's got this wonderful kind of, I don't know, ethereal kind of Feywilds vibes to it almost. And I've been wanting to show you this since it came out in October, and I was like, wait a second, why don't we just do that today? God. I always wonder if the people who made Link's crossbow training feel shame. Rebels, Watto, and welcome. And at least with a hangover, one, you know, you had a good time getting there, and two, personally, I find hangovers to be very calming. Very good for calming the mind. But yeah, like, nothing exciting or spicy going on here. I'm slowly getting everything together for the move. Like, I get the keys on the 1st, so I've got a few days to box up tchotchkes and, you know, make sure all the stuff that you all have sent over the years is all, like, nice and sorted. So yeah, I mostly spent the last couple of days just, you know, drinking clean flat. I didn't watch Alien Romulus, which I might try and watch tonight, because I kept getting distracted by other stuff. And let me tell you, trying to plan a schedule for the week, like what games we're going to be getting into and stuff like that, you would not believe how difficult it is. You would not believe. There's just the sheer amount of incredible games coming out each week. And if, like, because we have, like, what? Usually 2 long play games going on a week. At the moment, Elden Ring, and then either, like, Sea of Thieves or something similar. So that leaves 3 days a week to do something new, and there are far more than 3 incredible games coming out every week. So yeah. And Aeon, Watto, and welcome. I was just talking about you. It's likely that you'll be the winner of this month for firsts, unless something very bizarre happens. But yeah, in terms of game drops, the one I'm curious about, which has probably crossed your feed, is called Void Crew, which is kind of PvE. It's like a lighter version of Pulsar: The Lost Colony, but with the aesthetic of Destiny 2. So that dropped yesterday.
Call my tooth royalty because today it's getting crowned.
Well, good luck, friend. Glad it's getting sorted. And seriously, thank you for the 500. Wow. I'm just looking down, I'm like, and Numbers' reign was very short, which means Ehrman has done something badass. And there we go.
Was having trouble with pumpkin pie. Did some investigation on the issues and I have a fix. So now I have a pumpkin patch.
Okay, bravo. Bravo. It was a short reign, but memorable. So yeah. Like, and Sir Hans Wolf, what a welcome. Who have I not said hello to? Grayson, hello, hello. And I don't think I actually said hi to Rebels Without Applause, so Watto and welcome, friends. Like, it's a nice thing to be able to say, but I really don't have any news. I think I'm still just recovering in general. Like, aside from like packing and putzing about on Dungeon Clara, I haven't really been doing a lot, and yet I still feel exhausted. So as I said, I'm gonna be kind to myself this week. I'm not gonna drag myself over the coals for not getting stuff done, except for packing. My hair is in fucking disaster mode, and yes, I do have this bizarre little like fucking Metal Gear Solid tuft sticking out the side of my head. So I figure I'll get me hair did at some point this week. I'm not short on places I can walk to. I just one of those things that I keep remembering right before I go to bed, and at no other point during the day. Moving houses need more boxes. Well, that's the strategy game I'm playing at the moment. I'm only moving a few floors up. I'm getting to stay in the same building. That's fucking great. And I've got maybe 2 pieces of furniture that I need help with. The bed and my little chest of drawers. But everything else, we're just going straight up. So, the amount of boxes...
This week, it took me 3 hours to successfully return an expired holiday ham to the market. Talk about a complicated game of backgammon.
Okay. Thank you for the 200. Vanderbeest Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. So Aeon, okay, you misunderstand me, friends. It's not, can I get boxes? I know I can get boxes. It's, how much do I need? Because I'm only going straight up. We're not talking about having to go across town. There's no moving vans involved. It's just getting everything ready to a big old operational ferry. I don't need boxes for the Gundam boxes. They're already in boxes. No, Dustin, it was good. It was good. And Vanderbeest, thank you for filling the pint glass. It was good. It didn't leave me scratching my head or trying to decipher ancient runes to get the connective tissue. Rebels, that is definitely a technique. I will say that. Yeah, but joking aside, so right now what I'm doing is everything on my desk, everything that you lot have sent me over the years, making sure that's all boxed and safe, because there's the little things that usually end up taking the most amount of time. And yeah, once I get it all on up there and then start unpacking it, I don't know, I might... what I do need to do is join one of those buy nothing groups, because there's definitely a couple of pieces of furniture that will probably need a new home. And Vanderbeest, thank you.
I'd make a joke about ancient writing, but I'm afraid I drew it.
Well played, well played. Okay, just as an aside to an aside, this was how exhausted I was over the weekends. I genuinely, I saw this thing doing the rounds of, oh my god, they doxed so-and-so, and I don't know, just in fucking fugue state mode. I was like, oh my god, I can't believe this is happening. This is so terrible. No, they worked out where the terrible copper seller lived. There's an ancient tablet, which is a complaint about a subpar copper salesman. And they worked out where this guy lives. And that's fucking funny. Yeah, they found out where a nicer, like I know how to speak ancient fucking nonsense. They found out where he lived. Yeah. Which is funny as fuck. But that's how tired I was. I saw the, oh my god, they doxed him. Took me like 15 minutes before I realised, wait, no, hang on, this is a history joke and I love it. So, if I'm not the brightest spark today and over this week, please forgive me. I will do my darndest. Because I think it's just like, I've got everything sorted now. But it's not quite at like, okay, now you can rest a clock. Because I'm still going to do this, I'm still going to do the move next week. And I've got to get everything ready this week. But I'm almost there. Almost there, friends. The guinea pig's doing good. Our little hairball is getting used to things. Like, she's slowly coming out of her shell. And it's really hard because, like, I want to give her a good name, but obviously I want to give her a name that fits, right? But her personality hasn't started coming out yet, so I just don't know. She loves raw spaghetti squash. She's take it or leave it when it comes to parsley, which Cleona fucking loves parsley. And she is tolerating of pets and attention. She's not an absolute cuddle monster like Cleona. The leg end. That's actually how I learned to spell legend. It's not really hurry up and wait. It's not time to rest yet. It's not time to stop. But yeah. That's all that's been going on over here, friends. It's. No, you know what? I don't need to track in the nonsense from the rest of the world. What I will say is that the I Am Your Beast update has dropped. It's very, very good. And I had to stop last night because I knew if I kept playing, I wasn't going to sleep. Because I felt the clawing rush. But there was very nearly a stream at like midnight last night, just to test out the Twitch integration stuff for I Am Your Beast. I mean, the only reason I'm not doing it today is because I would just ignore you all. I would put on I Am Your Beast, I would connect the Twitch integration, and then I would stop talking to you for like 2 hours. Like, what's happened to Will? He's in the zone. Does he know we're here? Probably not. Aiko, I'm sorry. I mean, you're making the smart choice. The coffee here is very, very good. I was tempted to make myself like a little percolated nonsense, but it was either like faff about for another like half an hour and make that, or come join you lot. Oh, okay, no. There is something I do need to show you, which I considered today, but then I thought might make my heart explode. Hold that thought. You gotta see this stuff. Earlier in the year, to coincide with the TV show, Arizona Ice-T did a Fallout crossover. And little did I know, some very good friendos of mine picked me up a few cans of it. Which is great, right? Except for, it's not just Arizona Iced Tea, it's fucking energy drink. It contains, like, 250 milligrams of caffeine. It cheats. It cheats because it does the per servings on the side. But all the stats. This is 2 servings in a can, right? So this might have the power to make me see through space and time. I got like 6 of these fuckers. So these will be amazing for moving. And I will definitely sample some with you when I have them first. Yeah, Ikoa, have that thinking it's iced tea and then you can just fucking see through the fabric of reality. Yeah, significant. That makes sense. It's a danger can, which fits with the Fallout universe, right? It's like Jet in a can. Rocket fuel! With all new flavors such as banana, fizzbitch, and gun. Oh, J-Post. Actually, almost well-timed. Almost very well-timed. Thank you. It's literal power thirst. Power thirst is crystal meth. Oh, so yeah, that was my little bit of weirdness. And I do want... Hey! Cheers to you, friend. Thank you. How has it been 18 months, Dice? How? Okay, I mean, significant. Way cool. I know I say this every time Fallout comes up in conversation, but you cannot know how happy it makes my little heart that of all the things to become a huge franchise, Fallout is one of them. Because, like, I used to be obsessed with, like, the post-apocalyptic stuff back when it was a weird little niche part of nerdery. And it's like, of all the little weird franchises that were desperately trying to do the post-apocalypse, like, Fallout's the big one. That makes me real happy. But you know, all I was going to add was that Dungeon Crawler is very, very good. Be warned, because it's very, very good. It hits that whole, like, the right blend of, like, deck building and pure fucking chaos. So that feeling where you're like, all right, well, if I build my deck this way, that should change it. But ultimately, it's a grab a claw machine. Hang on, if you haven't seen it, because I know we talked about it during Steam Next Fest and stuff. So this is the criminal in question. Oh, and apparently with BRB needs to tee up. Don't even worry about it. Did you know I actually do this for a living, and I am indeed a professional? Did you know that? So you decide what objects go in the grab a claw from your deck. Then you take turns grabbing them, and each of them have weird and strange varying properties. And it's really, really fucking good. But don't stop playing it on your...
I'm thinking of starting a new energy drink company that only uses renewable resources.
Oh, no.
I'm gonna call it sustainable. It will probably taste like battery acid, but at least it'll give you a charge.
The puns per notification, I have to admit, I'm always impressed with puns, obviously. Thank you all, alright? Thank you all. You cannot know how fucking great it is to wake up in the morning and go, what do I need to do today? Oh, that's right, I need to hang out with a bunch of fun people and show them really cool indie games. Thank you. You're fucking legends! So yeah, I started playing that a little bit yesterday. It was good, but I could feel the tendrils closing in around me. So yeah, don't stop playing that late on a Sunday night. Do play it at the right time. You know, it's like those little, like, don't boot up a game of Civ 6 on a Sunday evening, you know what I mean? Or actually any Civ. I was kind of tempted, in terms of games to stream for you all today, just while it's up on my screen, I was tempted to do this one, which is a game called The Operator, which has been doing the rounds. And you're a fake government agency trying to decipher a mystery. You know, there's a conspiracy crime that's been done, and involves a lot of kind of like more UI flavored Black Watchman type stuff. And we might hit this at some point, but I don't know. I felt the vibes today was very much like, let's take a walk through the Feywilds rather than let's do paperwork for the fake space government. Yeah, significant. The what is it? Hollow Cure? Oh, and that horrendous drilling sound you hear is what I've been treated to as a wake-up alarm. Thanks for the drill! I fucking love it! It's so kind! Sorry. Yes, Hollow Cure. Hollow Cure is... It shouldn't be as good as it is. It should be trash. And yet, like, in terms of, like, evolution on the theory, like, it's really good. Sorry. Vampire Survivors kind of came out of nowhere for a lot of people. Now, we know it wasn't the first of its kind, obviously, but it was the one that reached massive success and kind of, it lit a fire creatively in a lot of hearts. Love that. I love that drilling sound. Did I tell you how much I love that drilling sound? I wish they'd do it more! Fucking hell. It has been really interesting to see the games that have just tried to emulate it and the ones that have been inspired by it have done interesting things. So like, Brotato, Hollow Cure are ones that I would say. Battle Grid is one that I've talked a lot about, but that shares more in its DNA with Teamfight Tactics than with Vampire Survivors. And hey, well, you can now play Vampire Survivor on your phone. If you ever want to play the original, Witch Survivor is still on Android, and it's indie as fuck. Like, it's got this, like, hand-sketched, like, really... I don't know. It's got this kind of, like, angry art student style to it that I really appreciate. Sorry, here's me playing with the game. I'm fiddling with my games. It's always fascinating when a new idea breaks through, and then what titles articulate, what titles just try and copy it as quickly as possible to try and make some market share. And, like, where do we see the innovation popping up, right? You know, I kind of feel like as someone who is chronically on Newgrounds and Armor games and shit like that, like when Crash the Castle was when Angry Birds took Crash the Castle and went, what if we just made this but cute, and changed everything. It was fascinating to see everything that tried to articulate from Angry Birds. Because again, very simple premise, like 2D physics, impact puzzler, I don't know, call it whatever the fuck you will. But it was fascinating to watch that, like, high-speed articulation. Because Angry Birds was making money, which meaning that a lot of less reputable individuals were desperately trying to, like, rush for what they saw as, like, new fertile ground as quickly as possible. It's one of those interesting parts in video games. Now, there was some sad news today. I guess there was a little bit of sad news. You might remember earlier in the year, we got really excited for a Sniper Elite Battle Royale. Sadly, that has been cancelled. And the thing that sucks is that Tencent were quoted saying that it was due to the failing of Concord, and I'm like, boo. We would have played the shit out of that. We were literally the target audience. First interesting battle royale I've had pitched to me in a while, but you. Jumping back, so yeah, Ket, I wholeheartedly agree, because it was actually the conversations that you and I have been kind of half having about this, that Vampire Survivors, games like it, are very easy to make, meaning that the iteration time is incredibly fast. Now, I'm not saying it's easy to make Vampire Survivors, but relatively speaking, comparable to the game we're going to be looking at today. And it means that the point-counterpoint, the creative evolution of it is happening so fast. Like, it's dizzying. And hell, if we look at Vampire Survivors itself, like, unlike a lot of titles, it's not sitting on its laurels. You know, the Contra and Castlevania updates have a lot of game to them. Like, honestly, I'm looking forward to just having like an evening with playing through those without, playing through those with somebody. Oh, okay. Sorry, me phone was going off, and then I realised I've been put into a. Okay. It's with what's it called? Black Friday coming up. All my Gundam suppliers are desperately trying to sell me more Gundams. I'm like, homie, I'm about to move, and I am poor. I don't need more Gundams. Do you see how many Gundams I have? And also, I got added to some more, starter packs on Blue Sky, which is great. Fucking love that. But what if more Gundams? The problem is I keep thinking of, like, crafting ideas that I want to do. The two that I'm kind of obsessed with, outside of just regular airbrushing, is there's a technique using ink bubbles to create kind of like a layered marbling effect. And I saw this one technique that I want to try using involving gluing thread and twine to armor to create this like looped back pattern. And I'm like, yeah, that sounds really fucking good. Three Gundams in a trench coat. Build your new home from Gundam kit boxes. Well, if I ever end up on the street, that's how you know how to find me. Which one's Will's place? It's the one covered in sprues. Oh, so Ken, so for this one, the technique I saw was you leave the thread on. So you use coloured or like sparkly or a specific kind of thread, and you loop it back and forth as if it's like the final moment of like a game of Snake on like a piece of armor for like the outer side, and it gives a look similar to like the what was it called? There's a particular era of like Japanese warfare that was like mostly bows, and everybody had these like a specific kind of like solid like tilted armor for catching arrows. It gives that kind of vibe, and if you use things like rainbow thread and stuff like that, you can create some really interesting looks. And Mega Boss, all day, day. Today, we are going to be putzing about on a game called The Axis Unseen, which is a bad name, but, like, check this fucking game out. We're basically taking Skyrim to the Feywilds, bow combat only. Also, just as an aside to an aside, The gentleman who worked on this also worked on the video game that was in the terrible movie Grandma's Boy. I love that they put that in their like little accolades trailer. You know. Fucking love that. Yeah, so Mega Boss, this was one of the success stories out of Steam Next Fest. And it's done okay. It's currently sitting at about like 170-ish reviews on Steam, which is definitely out the starting gates, but not like gangbusters. So that's what we're going to be putzing around on today. But I figured we'd have a little hangout and a natter. Well, yeah, so Dustin, we've all seen the technique, because it's like a pretty common one for, like, you know, keeping kids entertained on, like, a rainy day. It's like, you make ink bubbles in a little dish, and you blot the paper on it, and it creates those little patterns. Well, you can do the same thing, like, once base coated, with, like, models and whatnot. It doesn't usually work for Warhammer minis, because you then spend most of the time painting over it. But once again, with Gundams, because the shape is already maintained, you only really need to think about how you want to paint stuff. Yes, Fearless, I remember you saying. And I wanted to show this off a while ago, and I forget what happened. So we're getting to it today. And Fearless, I hope you're doing splendid, friend. I hope you are doing splendid. Okie dokie, sorry. I love this drilling noise. I love it so much. Yeah, so Ikoa, I don't bother putting the tape around my nails. I just pick off the excess afterwards, but I've been doing the same. I didn't manage to succeed at what I was trying to do with my nails, which was like a tortoise shell pattern, because I didn't use contrasting enough paint, but it's kind of fun. And Mental Monk, I'm aware of that technique. I've done some similar stuff to it, and it's worked out really well. But with this one, it's just the same as the ink bubbles, but you just basically pop the bubbles with the armor, and it creates this like fascinating effect. And Chaunerus, for as much as I've been giving Microsoft shit, and will continue to do so, yeah, the amount of stuff on, was it Game Pass Excellent, or whatever the fuck it's called, is redonkulous. And the Yakuza games are on there, because Sega and Microsoft are they're pretty chummy, they're pretty close buddies. And like any of those Yakuza games are going to keep you going over the winter. Oh, so Fearless, I'm sorry you've been going through a hard time, friend. You know, I didn't want you to think that I was bugging you, being like, why aren't you watching my streams? But it was like, I haven't seen Fearless in a few days, and I know they lost power. I'm a little worried. I'm glad you're doing better, friend. Yeah, I was trying to think of some of the bangers on Game Pass. But like Chaunerus, like even like Nine Souls that we did the other day, I don't know if that's the console version, but like there's so many bangers. Sifu's on there. Like, I know we haven't done seafood because, like, that game's absolutely... It absolutely does not need our support. It's already kicking ass. But still one of the freshest kind of combat games. Oh, 9 Souls is ultimate only. And Fearless, I'm glad you got to start Stalker 2 because I know you've been looking forward to that for 1,000 years. Fearless has been on like the fucking Stalker social feeds with like cosplays and stuff. I'm still a ways away from being able to get stuck into it, but it's nice to see it's doing really well. I was like, what? Sorry, apologies for the 1,000-yard stare there. I was like, what the fuck have I been doing? Honestly, drinking, packing. Okay. One thing I really want to point out. So, as I said earlier, I Am Your Beast has a new update. There's like 9 new segments. DJ Coil, what a welcome. I nearly streamed it last night, but I didn't have the schedule done in time. So I was like, no, Will, focus. One thing I will say, it has one of the best concepts for like an expansion or a DLC. Sorry, apologies for the multi-track drifty potato as well. Someone local is just asking if I need boxes for moving. So, the new update is called the Support Group Update for I Am Your Beast. And each level is one person telling their story of being on the receiving end of the main character from I Am Your Beast. Like, this is the few people that made it out alive in therapy talking about what the fuck happened to them. And that is an incredible setup for like additional content and DLC. Because the 2 reasons that I want to put into your noggin. So 1, it doesn't need to be canonical. You don't need to fit it into the timeline. You know, you don't have to somehow suddenly craft like a whole side story and an important dude. Because a lot of big budget story games, they do have this problem where they add like additional content afterwards or DLC, and you're like, wow, boy howdy, this new character and villain we've met sure are powerful. Weird no one ever else mentioned them before this point. Do you know what I mean? And the other is that you're not representing what actually happened. You're representing the story of how it felt. Like, this is the white whale. This is the one that got away. Like, this is their beast. Okie dokie. And DJ Quill, thank you for the offer. I should be all good. Because it's one of the local bars around here. They got a crap load of boxes in today, and I'm like, can I still steal those? You said I could? Okay. Sorry, friends. Forgive the multi-track drifty potato. Like I said, video games are as much about the trappings and the thematics as the mechanics. And anything that gives you carte blanche to be creative within the confines of what you've made, I become obsessed with, you know? You know I love unreliable narration. You know I love, like, anything that allows you to be fully creative with your games. And that's Call of Juarez Gunslinger, one of the great games of our time. Because you're not playing a realistic cowboy western. You're playing the story that an old man is telling across a table in a bar somewhere in the Old West. You know, you're not supposed to believe this is how it actually happened. But maybe it did. How much truth is in this? But again, so like the ridiculousness of it all is because this is the retelling of it. And I like that. And hey, don't get me wrong. I'm entirely fine with a game that is fully fantastic, and I am fully down for a game that is hyper-realistic. You know, my bad habit game at the moment is still single-player Tarkov. I beat my first boss. It was hell, and I can't believe I made it out alive. Yeah, Unmetal is another great one, because you never know when it's being silly or being serious. Like, if it's the tale of the guy making shit up, or if it's just a comedy game. And I think that's why a lot of its comedy works. You don't know if it's fucking with you or not. And again, I'm not saying that, like, all other styles of, you know, writing for comedy are bad. You know, this isn't to detract from, say, whatchamacallit, Monkey Island or anything like that, where it's set in a ridiculous world. You know, Monkey Island and... Sorry, now I'm just listing. I was about to say... Oh my god, how have I forgotten his name? Killing me, brain. Sorry, I put so much gin in you. Oh, my fucking life. Well, anyway, those kind of LucasArts tier titles that take place in their own gloriously bizarre worlds, like Day of the Tentacle and God damn it! How am I forgetting this? It's fine. I'm just going to have to hand in my gaming cred. The problem is, I'm wearing a Day of the Dead shirt, which is quasi-inspired by the very same point-and-click game that I'm desperately trying to remember, and my brain is just fucking deleted. I know it, you know it. It's one of their great works. It's a send-up of, like, Casablanca and so many incredible classic movies. It is Grim Fandango! Fuck! Hopefully, whatever piece of knowledge pushed that out of my brain was vaguely useful. Hopefully it was something very useful. Anyway. Where was I? Before I careened off onto this bizarre thread. Yeah, no, so, as I said, video game news-wise, that's pretty much the long and short of it. The one thing I didn't get to add, I forget what distracted me, was, so the thing about the Sniper Elite Battle Royale that sadly isn't coming. They have confirmed that there's been no layoffs because of that, which I'm very happy to report, because a good friend of mine is on that, and it was like one of those stars aligned moments, like a franchise that I am obsessed with, and a friend is working on it, and I'm like, we can be the vanguard. The Longship can be the first group of people that get really enthusiastic with, just kidding, it's been cancelled. Grumbly, grumbly, bumbling grumbles. So I tell you what, friends, as my limited amount of brain power continues to careen left and right across the screen, let's get the game started. Because at least that way, next time my brain decides to short circuit, I can distract you all with beautiful trees. Also, it does look like we will be the #1 Axis Unseen stream on twitch.television. Oh yeah, those big numbers. Well, okay, so DJ Coyle, I would say Indiana Jones: The Fate of Atlantis, yes. The Dig and Full Throttle you should pay if you are really into like that classic LucasArts vibe. Full Throttle is very unforgiving, and once you get past about the halfway mark, the amount of backtracking by modern standards is infuriating. And the Dig is good. It's fine. Hey! Which gen could it be? It's the British gen! No, I can do a better intro. Jen, if you could take the raid out and then bring it back in, I'll do a different intro. To the Lost Harbinger, I say Watto and welcome. Jen, you don't need a raid message. You got fish. To Solar Arashi? Ah, the Countess of Sony. We're here with some royals indeed. Yeah, we're gonna do a redo on the raid. Alright, so okay, everyone back to your places. Attack of the John. Watto and welcome. Come on in, friends, come on in. Hey, no, Jen, thank you for the raid. What were you up to? Tell me your tales. Everyone, you have actually just timed this fucking perfectly. We are just about to start the Axis Unseen, which is kind of like Feywild Skyrim with bows only. It's a really cool-looking indie game that I've been wanting to show people for quite some time. It's basically a guy who worked at Bethesda for like 1 million years, broke away to make the game he wanted to, and that's what we're going to be checking out today. Oh, Kidney Beans. Watto and welcome. I guess I should introduce myself very quickly. Watto and welcome. My name is Will. I have worked in video games for 1 million years, and I stream for a living, so hello. Started off on Once Alive and tried a lovely demo by Countess called Last Chance Market. Ooh, you might have brought me a game I don't know about. Oh. Bear with me just a second, friends. For those who don't know, like, my knowledge of video games is ridiculous. It is ridiculous at times. And it is very rare that people can bring me a game I don't know about. However, I will say I do use my Steam wishlist as a way to offset my memory now. Okay. Well, consider your game wishlisted. Oh, excuse me. Oh, I think we're on to a winner there. Desync. Oh, and Kidney Beans, thank you kindly for the follow. Yeah, and if you don't have homegrown memory, Steam Wishlist will do. No, look, to the Countess of Sony. You might be a super duper whooper industry legend or what have you, so please don't take any of my comments as patronizing or otherwise, but if I can help, please let me know. I've been doing video game shit for a million years. From, like, I cut my teeth in QA, and my last full-time role was communications director, so, you know, I am proud to say that I have a ridiculous amount of knowledge when it comes to pretty much anything that doesn't involve coding and art, and if I can share that and help, let me know. Again, you might already be a fucking legend, so I don't want to sound patronizing, and it's not like I'm not trying to pitch you a consultancy thing. That's what I talk about while I'm streaming, and especially considering today has been very slow for games news. And Jen, you know what? It's still a little sad that working games retail doesn't pay well enough to be able to like do it as a full-time thing. I may be real happy. But then after Game Station, that's how I got the job at Sega. Then Sega went to CA, and the rest is history. Okay, so Harbinger says, this is our first game and therefore first rodeo. Okay, well, please consider me a free resource. Come on by when you want. If you got any problems you're butting up against, yeah. And if I can't help, I'm proud to say that there's an inordinate amount of people in the Longship who are also insanely experienced. To Attack of the John, thank you for the follow as well. We are 18 people away from 5k. That'd be a nice way to close out the year and all. No, so Countess, if you don't mind me talking about it on stream, then you can come by anywhen, and I'm more than happy. And Lost Harbinger as well, thank you. I'm more than happy to talk about this. We're in this weird place in the industry right now where there's never been more knowledge you can gain access to. However, kind of like searching for recipes online, it's really hard to know what advice and information is useful. And Countess as well, thank you. Oh, creeping forward. If it's something I don't know, I don't put on airs, I'm not gonna, what was it somebody said last week? I'm not going to crack open MS Paint and make it seem like everything's super easy if you just do my thing. But I can always point you in the direction of people who really do know. Okay. Actually, we're going to bring down shadow quality. Reflection quality. Do not need that high on nanite mesh. There we go. Now, you know what? Ket makes a very good point that a lot worse than recipes and that game knowledge gets stale pretty fast. That's true. And it's also why I try and stay abreast of things as they're changing as best as I can. But I'm not the kind to speak in absolutes. And yeah, because as Ket says, at least the cookbooks of yore are still good, whereas the game's knowledge of yore... There's this unfortunate thing where a lot of people in the games industry, they kind of get stuck in their ways and refuse to accept that, games change. We don't make games the same way we did back in the 90s. And it drives me up the wall. You get trapped in conversation at GDC with some guy who worked on one successful game back in 2004, telling you exactly how it is, and you're sitting there being like, homie, Steam didn't even exist when you released your game. Okay. And Jen, I think we'll see how this pops up, but like, as I'm not, well, you know what? I'm pretty good at shooters, but my reaction speed's are toast now. So that's why I play like sniping games and shit. And yeah, so we're gonna get into this. But to my lot, please, if you're not already, do follow British Jen. We survived a small part of the world called Staines. And that is a place that marks you. Yeah. Sorry, Countess Sony was just saying that it's taken them a few years and they've learned like a bunch of different programs on making the game, and like several times Unreal has come out with updates. Yup. Like, I saw somebody posting the other day that like, you know, whatever you do when you're working a game, always make sure you're, you know, updating the engine to the newest version. I'm like, fuck no. Unless the new variants fix a thing that you need, or like, engine updates can fuck you so many different ways. Once you've reached a certain level of content, a certain level of complete, don't update the engine. Why? What does it give you? Yeah, at least Unreal doesn't auto-update. It's so weird. No one went back to Unity. It's so weird. And look, I understand that what I was saying about like old knowledge isn't unique to the games industry, but the games industry moves so fast. Like, no one's coming out with a new version of teeth for dentistry. Okay, well, Countess, that sounds really cool. So Fearless, who's here, does stuff over at Epic. And we have a few people who have like built projects in Unreal like through, so oh god, actually Fearless, you didn't tell me that one, and that was a different time. Aeon, I've seen Teeth 2.3, crazy. Just multiple rows. They do the wiggle thing. Hang on, let me make sure I'm just I realize I didn't post it in chat, so I'm being like so friends, this is Countess Sony's title, the one they're working on, which is Last Chance Market. And like, looks good. Steam page is good. Animated GIFs. Very clear about what they're doing. I would highly recommend that any of the AI art stuff that you get that replaced so that you can remove the setup. And for the song, if you have budget, I can find you someone to replace it. This isn't me critiquing, this isn't me judging, but there have been some really interesting studies that users are now starting to scroll down to the segment that says, does this contain AI-generated stuff? And that can be a real sticking point for folks. But everything else about your Steam page is fucking great. Usually, this is the point where I have to be like, hey, so you would be amazed how many people, one, don't have a Steam page and they start talking about it, and two, are not ready. The At the Edge of Civilization asset is really fucking good, and I love it. Also, I do like how Steam is like, this is similar to mouth-washing and Lethal Company. Anyway, let's get to the game. But again, so Countess and Friendos. Oh, no. So, Countess, what I was saying about that is it's not... Like, this isn't about... Obviously, I am someone who is against AI art. But I'm not talking about this in a critique of you or your use of it or what have you. It's that we now have data that says that users will avoid games that have AI art. And both itch.io and Steam require you to divulge it. So it's like, is it something that you can replace, or is it something that we can work out a way around it? Like, great as a placeholder, but if it's not in the title when you ship it, you don't... Yeah. See what I'm saying? Does that make a weird sense? But the title looks really good. No, and Countess, you're entirely fine. And I understand, like, the demo being very rough around the edges, so I don't know if there's anything there that I can add that y'all don't know. Yeah. Well, so, and Lost Harbinger, I completely understand on, like, music stuff, because it's budget-wise, and, like, it's... Yeah, I completely understand. It's something that, in the event that you get some funding, or that you're able to find somebody, like, looking into swapping that out is probably not a bad shout. But it's not like... God, there's one title I encountered where the dude went on a fucking manifesto rant about how his generative AI radio stations were fine and anyone who didn't like them was wrong and stupid. And, oh boy, did he lose a lot of potential sales on that one. But I will say, like, depending on how much of a fucking sicko you are, oh, thank you. These are actually terrible. I was trying to go for like a tortoiseshell effect, but I kind of biffed it. So once these have chipped away, I'm going to give it another shot. But there is a fascinating game called the Red Stag. Sorry, I keep pausing the music. It's the Red Stag Inn, isn't it? Is it the Red Stag Inn? Damn it, it was the hand-stitched one. What was it called? Piss! The problem is Steam doesn't keep them in your... Not red streams. Bugger. Oh well, the name has dropped out of my head, but the devs who put it together actually, they built their own instruments and then used those instruments. Scarlet Deer Inn. Alright. Scarlet Deer Inn. Like, that's peak sicko. I'm not saying you need to do that, but it's always fascinating when you kind of like, you know, back in the day we used to say like, you know, it's better to sit down with Fruity Loops or something along the lines and start finding your own like music nonsense. One of the things that I still find fascinating is how From Software is now iconic for a lot of their soundtracks and a lot of their like audio design, but they literally cut their teeth doing these kind of like weird like classic piano mixed with like, you know, like jungle house music. If you listen to like the soundtracks from like early Armored Core and stuff like that, it's all these like fucking jungle beats and then with this like mournful synth thing going on, because that's just what they experimented with and enjoyed it. Again, this is not me critiquing. I haven't seen your title, so I love talking about games as well. Yeah, here we go. The Scarlet Deer Inn. What if you were a complete fucking masochist and you made a video game? The sprites for all the characters are stitched. Like, they are put together on a sewing machine. For the soundtrack, they physically built the instruments and then learned to play them. Like... And they're self-publishing as well. It's fucking wild. Alright! Should we begin the hunt? Sorry, I've been nattering for a bit, but... so, Lost Harbinger, Countess, even while we're playing, if at any point you'll find yourselves stuck on stuff and you need a sounding board or what have you, it's literally what I'm here for, friends. Because if your game ends up selling a squillion copies, then I can sponge off you shamelessly in the future. That's my retirement plan. It's like you and all my other indie friendos. Oh yeah, Rebels. No, like, the journey that they have come through. It just, I actually feel like FromSoft is a good one to reference when having these kind of conversations, because, like, the From Software as we know them now is a gigantic AAA entity, but, like, they were literally a bunch of homies who left doing office software to make games. They are called From Software because they've come from software into games. Like... Oh yeah, Mega Boss. LongCon's gonna be amazing when it happens. Yeah, and Countess, I completely understand that. Like, the sustainable strategy at the moment is to make smaller titles quickly so that you can get revenue coming in from sales to fund future productions. If you want to look at a really good, like, actual hard work success story, I highly recommend Strange Scaffold. They've done a really good job of, like, simple games, sustainably made, to the point where they've been able to start building up enough revenue to really get out there. Sock Pop's kind of an anomaly, but they're a good one to look at for, like, small scope. Anyway, Nate's game's not going to play itself, so should we get to it? And hey, no, it's absolutely no worry. I fucking love talking about this stuff. So you're not imposing on me. You're giving me an excuse to... Where the fuck are we? You're giving me an excuse to talk about it, which I love. Hold the... Okay. Wood arrows restocked. So hold the left trigger to draw the bow. Healing cross restocked. Hold the left trigger, draw the bow. Right trigger to shoot. Okay, we don't have to pick them up, we can just... Jen, it's a blessing and a curse. Like, on the one hand, I love being able to talk about video games until I am silly. On the other, even in video game industry circles, it makes me entirely insufferable because there are very few industry folks that go as hard as we do. Nani? Jesus. Oh, that's fucking cool. Okay, it took me a little while to realize. Check the bow. See the glowing light? See the 3 dots? The 3 dots is how many arrows we have, i.e. 3. the little bar next to the eye. That's how much sound. That's how much noise we're making as we move. And I guess the eye is. Yep, that's our little stealth meter. Love it. Love it. Ha! I fearless. That's way cool. Oh, we've got a cute little side dash and all. Actually, so Jen, I have seen some games that do that, like, that do the listening to your mic to let the monsters know where you are. And you know what? I would fucking die. I would die a lot. I sing when I'm nervous, especially in games. Also, this is doing that whole Quake thing of this isn't the game. This is where we choose our game slots, and I love this.
Stop that incessant clicking.
No! And whichever of you Mother Hubbards gifted Jen a sub, that's very kind of you, right? Oh, way cool. Yeah, so Lost Harbinger, this one's been on my radar for a little while. The gentleman behind it, Nate, has been doing some streams of it. Sorry, some content of it around on like TikTok and stuff like that. Okay, let's go for through the middle. Although it would be interesting to know, like, if there are any, like... Oh, here we go! There's a pacifist. Creatures will not attack you unless provoked. These difficulties cannot be changed after starting the game. Take photos of creatures in pacifist mode to unlock things. Creatures will still attack in the intro. And then I assume this is, like, hellish permadeath. If you die, your delete is saved. That's fascinating. Insta-kill. You will die in one hit. Brutal. We'll go for normal for now, but I do like that there is kind of a... like a just take pictures of animals mode.
Axis Unseen is set to music. It will cut and move you at certain points in the song. If you're easily overwhelmed or have trouble reading fast, this intro may not be for you. All of the tutorials show up again in the main game, so if you miss anything, it is okay. However, if the idea of a metal intro sounds great to you, you should play it. Would you like to play the intro?
Hey friends, would you like to get incredibly metal? You don't need to sing from the top of your lungs, you have to sing from the bowels of your lungs. Alright. Buckle up, buttercup, we're going in. This shall be incredibly metal! I'm going to have to jump! Arrows fly back when you get close. Cool. I'll try to explain as much as I can while it's going, but chances are this is just going to be crazy good times. Just waiting for it to kick in. Left trigger to throw the ball, right trigger to shoot. Okay. Don't see anything so far. The moon is incredibly bright! Have I... No, it's kind of plonked it to how it's supposed to be. Alright. Louder when sprinting. Okay. Okay, now we're getting started. This does not seem like I have had a very good party. Or a party that was too good. When you don't know when it's going to kick in, so you don't want to talk too much, you're waiting. It kind of reminds me of, what was it called? The Betrayer? That strange, like, black and white and red, like, indie hunting game. Okay. Trick shot. The skeleton is having a very bad time. The X button to check your active arrow. Okay. And Mega Boss, go get some sleep. To be continued, friend. So we've gone on some, like, proper vision quest. Automatically collect energy when you get close. Okay. Walking on Roy's. You leave footprints creatures can follow. Oh shit. So we can actually get tracked. That's kind of fucking cool. But we can do the same thing. Your bow runes show how much energy you have collected. Okay. Hold the X to check how many healing crosses you have. B to heal. Okay. Right bumper to use primary magic, left bumper to use secondary magic. Primary, secondary. Ooh! Whose rock was that? Yeet! Ah! I'm having an amazing time. Yeet! Where's the rest of you? Yeet! Oh. I have been given too much power. Oh! Ah! Jesus. Fucking super skinwalking shit right here. Let's fucking go! Alright. So we're on some, like, fucking, like, super vengeance quest. Yo. That's the thumbnail right there. Okay, use energy from creatures to level up at altars in the main game. And Square Peg, what and welcome. This is so fucking cool! Oh, fuck me. Why did they give me a spell to yeet things into the sky? Of this fucking Attack on Titan bastard right here. Oh shit. Oh, so he's gonna be a pain in the ass. The Kappa-looking guy's got... Oh, no! What the fuck? What the fuck? What in the fucking... berserk hell are we going? Holy crap. Commander Squeaks, welcome to the party. Oh, no, I don't know what just happened there. So, are we the next hunter? Okay. Not gonna lie, that was cool as shit. That was cool as shit. That, friends, is why we do what we do. Okay. Discover the forest. Got sneak there. Okay. So it was, what was it? Hold X to check the healing crosses. We got 3. We got no arrows to start with. And I guess we got 3 bits of energy. Okay. Ooh! That's fucking cool. Sorry, so alongside with checking how many like heal items we have and how many arrows we have, the flag is the wind direction. So if we're gonna be sneaking up on somebody, if we want to go inquire, like we check the direction of the wind so they can't smell us. Gotta admit, that's pretty fucking cool. So we're actually gonna be using, like, we're actually gonna be stalking and trying to take these buggers out. Because during that intro, there was a few that fucking... I could see the trouble we're going to have with them later. So one of them was kind of like that Kappa's type creature, that it's got an armored hide, so unless you hit it right in the... like, right between the eyes, bad times bears. Oh. Change. Spirit arrows can be used to get your bearings and find creatures. It uses magic instead of regular arrows. Okay. Press the right trigger. It's a mark of the spirit arrow. Okay, that's cool. So if we get lost, we have like a... What the fuck? This is so cool! A graveyard of long dead beasts. Fuck yeah. Yeah, and Fearless, I think that was what it was trying to show us, is that, you know, later on, these are all the cool things that we're going to have access to. But for as skilled as the previous hunter was... Which Arctic expansion is this? The good one. So we don't need to carve up whatever the fuck these weird spirit beasts are. So, there was a village. The village was fucking obliterated by whatever these bizarre creatures are. We still worship these strange old ones, right? Okay. Sorry, I guess I'm trying to reverse engineer our story so far. Okay, energy unlocked. If you die, you will not drop the energy you've locked in. Your bow shots... Your bow shows how much energy you have. Sorry. Apologies for checking me messages. Like I said, just checking in on some friendos whose projects got cancelled. Holy fuck! Okay, visit the safe area to inspect it. So where's the safe area? I haven't quite deciphered all of the things that we have. So blue runes are not locked in, orange are. I guess this is our safe area? Wood arrows restocked. Healing cross is already restocked. Okay, spirit and magic. Energy required to level up water and calm. Fire and strength. Health and earth. Air and stealth. Okay. What's up, Skelly? What have we here? I just I am really appreciative of the fact that this game is just letting us learn this strange way, right? Because to our character, this is all normal, and so to us, this just makes sense, right? If we are the next hunter to take up the mantle. Oh, okay, so here we go. Horned beast, region forest, varied common. These beast antlers seem to never stop growing with age. Its face is a dense bone that arrows can't penetrate. There are shackles around its ankles, with someone trying to control them. Like regular deer, the most effective way to take these down seems to be a shot to the lungs. Shooting other areas doesn't hurt them much at all. They're a bit cowardly though, when shot they often flee. Need to find locations. Journals? Fuck. Fascinating. Oh, okay. So I've read about these altars. Magic capacity. So 1 through to 10. And that's what we're going to be trying to hoard to get new goodies. Alright. Alright, I get this. Whatever this strange creation is. Primitive quiver. Okay. The Rowan cross. That's our healing item. Currently we have some kind of obsidian bone dagger. The jawbone was one of the first hunters. Oh, goody! The jaw, it's made out of people! And the primitive bow. Other hunters have told me that there are better bows and weapons at large structures in the other world. They bear the mark of the horned god. That seems totally normal. That's the spirit arrow. This seems fine. This seems fine. But I guess as we take stuff down, so too do we get more information on them, so... Alright. Back to the hunt. Sorry, the thing I was just kind of scratching at there was just... I love that this is a world that we already belong to. We aren't isekai'd into this shit. This isn't like a, you know, a villain from another realm type nonsense. This is just... Oh, that's cute. That shows us where we were. Wait, so where's this? Oh, this was where we started. Okay, yeah. But yeah, so... We grew up in this world. We know its tales and its stories. As the player, we have a lot to learn. And it's as much our job to learn how to take down the monsters as to learn this world, to learn the hunt. You know? We know that the larger, scarier predators will track us if we fuck about. We know we can move on gravel without leaving tracks. We know that our scent's carried downwind. But in terms of, like, the equivalent of XP or souls or what have you, the energy that we take from these creatures, we then have to lock it in. What the fuck are you? Oh shit, the bed. Shit, the bed. out of arrows. This is bad. Oh, and this is pretty cool. That, like, psychic mode lets us go and see. Okay, so I've been at this for 2 seconds, and I've already drastically fucked up. I don't think I can beat this guy. He looks pretty fucking mean. No! Okay, I did manage to take him down. Okay. Feel better about that. Now, do we need to return to the other realm to lock this in? I wonder. Alright, the energy's been locked in, but this guy now has fucking beat with me. There we go. Just have to be careful. Just have to wait. It turns out the answer was, in fact, fucking stab him. And I haven't managed to unlock the Yeetus Deletus yet. Okay. 3 arrows, healing items. Everything we currently have is logged in, so let's go explore. Jen, go get some sleep. Thank you for bringing a raid in, and it was lovely that, you know, introduced us some cool people that hopefully we can help out with their game and whatnot. Yeah, I call this a very successful evening. And again, to my lot, if you're not following British Gen, please change that.
Pointy bit goes into the squishy thing.
Yeah, but Eraman, which bits are squishy? Okay. We'll continue heading down the hill this way, because there appears to be something constructed there. Last Harbinger, just keep shooting the bits until you know, obviously. How could I not have thought that through? With enough velocity, everything is squishy. Touche, Eraman. Just like every movie's a drive-in movie if you build up enough speed. Danny Sexbang taught me that. Okay, there's some red energy here. I'm going to try something very, very quickly. Let's see if this affects the frame rate too much. Ooh. Oh, it's a little much. Let's see what we can do. Alright, dash down. Don't need reflection quality. Okay, turn that down. Yeah, so the distance on the shadows was definitely why we're getting kind of that flat environment. See if that works a little better. There we go. Flavour to taste. It really did. Ooh. The amount of wooden arrows we can have is now increased by 5. Dude, it's definitely already smelled me. Okay, there we go. It is interesting though that those guys seem to hunt in little groups, so I'm going to be kind of a bit more wary about them. Also, this cabin glows for reasons. Healing cross starting amount increase with 1. Okay, new amount is 4. And well, 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 what do we have here? Okay. Loveliest L, the woods are quiet. I'd be lying if I said I didn't expect them to speak just a little bit when I first entered them. If they couldn't call to me when I was nearby in our cottage, then maybe they would when I was enveloped in their shadows. But they are as stubborn and as silent as ever. My grandfather didn't talk much. He farmed the land and he grew good vegetables and raised a small family. You don't need to be verbose to be kind. And he was kind, you know this. I grew up desperate to hear stories of the... There we go. Told you, they move in groups. I can hear the third one. And he can smell me. Notice how every time I'm like, here's a thing I'd love to talk to you all about, and the forest is like, it's real fucking funny you thought you could do that, chum. Where is he gone? There he is. Boosh! Back of the net! Sorry, I don't mean to turn everything into a fucking Alan Partridge reference. But there is a great big fucking dead skeleton down there. Oh, okay. I wonder if we should be heading towards that big well, or if that's just a really fucking bad idea. Let's go check it out. What's the worst that can happen? I don't need a skeleton to tell me if I can't have more than 5 arrows. No, the skeleton says I'm allowed to have more. It's like, you know, don't ask me, ask your other skeleton. Huh, Arrow Griffin, that's fascinating.
Liberated freebooties from Jeffy B.
Stolen from Jazzy Jeffy B. Nova, Nova, Nova. How are you doing, friend? What? Oh, and holy fuck, what was that? What the fuck is that? Oh, we are severely in trouble. Alright, you see it, right? That fucking Lethal Company tier shit. Time to go! Calcium Bonio Maximus. Alright. Thankfully it's slow as shit. Okay, we made it away. Still. What the fuck was that? It looked like a really rudimentary stick figure the size of a fucking kaiju. He says, hiding inside a giant skeleton's ribcage. You know, just as you do. There, look, you can see him off in the distance. Hang on. I think I can show you with a spirit arrow. Look at this motherfucker. Gee, this is a fucking... I realised I've just trapped myself there. Good work, Dingus. Cool. Now, any noise that the trees make could be actual trees trying to fucking eat us. Love that. Okay, where were we? Okay, there's some more of the hunting dogs out that way. There appears to be some, like, strange fucking purple nonsense down that way. It's like a plagued lands. I hear another one of them down in the forest there. I don't think the big man has kind of left from up there. We're not ready to take that thing on! Get my shit ripped by a bunch of dogs!
Watto, existence continues.
Mr. Garrett, Watto, and welcome. You're almost at 9 months. You get your next long ship next week. Next month. How are you? And to Nova, sorry, I don't know if I said a proper thank you for the bits, but I am being super loud. Whew. I am being super loud, which is why the doggies were like, oh, look at that! It's a person that we can eat now! Thanks, I hate it. And for a second there, I did actually get paranoid and think that it was the mic. It was picking up my mic. Okay. Alright, so we can now get 6 arrows while moving about. Yeah, there's another fucking forest kaiju down that way. From what I could tell from... Ah, you bastard. Boosh! From what I could tell, from like trailers and stuff, what we need is a... like a flaming arrow of sorts. Yeah, no, that thing has my fucking number. Alright, we're going back to... Could get out of here. There's also definitely going to be a third dog as well. Those things always come in threes. And Stooge, Watto, and welcome. Are we the hunter or are we the hunted? I don't know. Ask the world's fightiest stick figure over there. There's fucking 2 of them. Wait, no, there's 3. You see them, right? There's one there. There's one there. And there's one there. We are fuck-a-doodle-dude. Alright. Let's just hope I can remember my orienteering. Otherwise, we are going to be shit up sideways. This is not the time for whimsical pop questions, Dustin. Are we human or are we dancers? Both! The answer is both! Enough Jägermeister, everyone's a dancer. Haunting as it is in the know. Friend! Nah. It's weird because, like, on the Steam page, it describes itself as horror. And I don't know if I would call this a horror game. I would really have to, like, squint at it sideways to describe it thusly. This is the Feywilds. We aren't in a horrific land. We're in the forest. The forest doesn't care what we think. The forest does not give a hot fuck. Actually, I might pop in here, go... now that we can get up to, like, 6 arrows, I might grab them. I don't even know what we're facing. Okay, so those of you who just joined us. So, this is the Access Unseen. This was put together by a gentleman who worked on, like, a gajillion different Bethesda games over the years. And it is already very, very good. We seem to be playing... Joe!
After tax, this is strictly for a Gandam kit. Call it Christmas.
Well, okay, Favour 6. Fucking thank you. The Earldom is yours. You have taken it in all of its glory. Thank you. hug. It's very appreciated. And I will do my best to make sure it gets used on Gundams and not on moving and real people stuff. I will do my best. Thank you. Alright. But yeah, no, Favor 6, you now have the Yaldum, so what will you do with this power? And Andorf, you are entirely correct. This is the epitome of you are never alone if there are trees. Can't tell if that's supposed to be comforting or disturbing. That is entirely up to the trees. Okay, so we got spirit magic, water, and calm. Oh, sorry. Press Y to get more information. Let's increase how fast you sprint. Keep your heart rate low. Power shut off when your heart rate is too high and it's harder to see and hear.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Why don't we, Beyblade? I was actually, a few apartments ago, I was going to get one of the knockoff, like, multi-Beyblade kit and have, like, a little tournament. Hey, and Dustin, the great thing about Gundam kits, they come pre-boxed. I don't even have to box them up again. And Favor 6, no, seriously, thank you. And Andorf, thank you for filling a pint glass, you fucking legends. Oh, okay, so this is dodge jump, how long I can hold the bowstring back for, and falling damage. Maximum health, just don't get hit. Ooh. Air is how quietly we can move, and how little noise we make. That might not be a bad shout. And yes, Nova, I did see that Desert Bus did their own Beyblade tournament. I just want to say that I was pitching that idea back before it was cool. Okay, so I think we're going to do sneaky cheeky. Keep it nice and quiet. And where was fire? Okie dokie. Actually, okay, so Stooge was saying Gundam build off post move. I have actually been pondering if we want to do like another either build challenge or build contest. And I have some ideas. I definitely think the and if we're gonna do another like painting contest, like entry grades only, I think is the way to go for the next one. So like maybe we'll do like entry grades only, no holds barred. So the only rules would be it has to be an entry grade kit. And if you're unfamiliar, the entry grade kits are like this little sucker, and they typically cost between like $6 and $10. So nice and cheap. Yeah, I think that's the next one I want to go for, because like the Met Gala was a little bit too highbrow. And the G Gundam and the Halloween ones were a lot more thematically fun, you know? For like a little painting contest, I don't know, just opening the pit up to see what people will do. Because I got a few crazy ideas I want to try out. But like aside from that, I'm still jamming on some ideas. Yeah, the 30-minute mission kits. You know what? They're fun. They're real quick to put together, and they're kind of designed to be almost like proto war games. Hey, Anotski, good to see you, albeit briefly. Have a fucking good rest of your night. To be continued. Okay, back to the hunt. Okay. So it does look like we're supposed to be following the gigantic setups there. But somehow we've got to, I guess, sneak up. Because we have no way of handling those great big bastards yet. We have not collected... I don't even know how we obtain magic in this world. Only that we need to explore and potentially find new stuff. And it's interesting that with only a few different kinds of enemies, it's already got me looking at this not like a, you know, bows only Skyrim mode, but actually like a hunting game. Something nearby. Oh, I knew he fucking... So graphics-wise, we've got this kind of a blend. There's a lot of... there's a lot of shadows and post-processing stuff we had to turn down. It does go very UE5. Fucking hell. These arrows are no joke. I got it in the feelies, which is why I didn't hurt it at all. Bows only Skyrim mode. You mean Skyrim? There's probably an interesting conversation to be had at some point about, like, whether intentionally or unintentionally, like, you shape a character's choice, you shape a player's choices by what tools you give them. So, like, it's really hard to play Skyrim without being an archer. It's really hard. No. Ow! By the power of Grayskull! The fuck is he? Piss. All of my arrows are currently residing inside that dog. Alright, win, lose, or draw. Come on, mate. I need my fucking arrows back. I can hear him. Ah, there he is. Whoa! There we go. Alright, and that should be... yeah. We've still got one arrow that I kind of biffed across the map, but there we go. But yeah, so jumping back. I have been pondering some other stuff we can do for like the Gundam build contests, because they're a really good way to kind of get you out of your usual setup. Oh, pissed. They always come in threes. Oh! Don't even know why I was worried. Booyah. Another pack already? Oh, he's got my fucking scent as is. I'm in trouble. Skeleton, you're not helping. Skeleton, you're not helping. I just don't know if we're going to come up with a better concept than the whole games industry is battling over giant robots. Maybe for Summer Games Fest next year, what we can do another round of the G Gundam battle for the games industry. And Stooge, I saw a little bit of your playthrough. I'm glad you enjoyed it. It is wild that there are some direct parallels between certain bosses in Armored Core and fucking Elden Ring. Seeing Melania bust out the fucking shadow move from one of the final bosses was... I'm not gonna lie. Okay, actually I'm gonna go up to this one quiet, because I don't hear the giant Ents. So hopefully they're somewhere else in the forest. I'm fucking on edge already. Now we've encountered the gigantic kaijus. Because I don't remember them being in the opening, which means there are a bunch of monsters that we haven't seen. And DJ Coil, like, your description kind of sounds like what's intended, right? You know, the idea that these creatures can smell you. They can hear you. They are tracking and hunting you as much as you are tracking and hunting them. Ah, fuck. Has he heard me? Piss. Absolutely in a bad place for the win. Okay, I don't think the Ent knows I'm here. Oh, he knows. Oh, he fucking knows. I couldn't even tell you what just hit me. Oh, interesting. This power gives me the ability to sense when something is nearby. The tattoo will flare up and make sound whenever something is detected. The color also changes cool to warm based on how large the creature is. Cool. So I now have a fucking tracking tattoo? Alright, that's awesome. Okay. Well, so, DJ, that's entirely fine. Like, you know, I'm not here to tell you what games you should or should not like. What's interesting with titles like this is trying to... Oh! Spirit arrows also function as a light source. Oh, I like that. It's trying to strike a balance in games like this between feeling like someone who is actually like a, you know, a hunter of mystical beasts, and someone who is, you know, kind of like a Invincer protag. Alright, that's a story for another day. Alright, how are we doing? We definitely we don't need more health. Oh. Alright, well, I guess we leveled that up. Oh well. Well, so DJ Cole, that's what I'm saying, is like, if you put your design hat on, So what is this trying to do? This is trying to make us feel like a hunter in a mystical land. Our character knows more than we do, so we're kind of learning at the same time. Obsidian werewolf. You can often hear this stalking at night. Its darker colour makes it harder to spot than its more common counterparts. Just as aggressive. If I spot them first, they don't run in a direct line towards me, which makes it harder getting a decent shot. I worry that I might get an infection from these claws. The creatures have a horrible stench about them. Okay, and then we have the regular werewolf. I've labelled this creature as a werewolf, but it doesn't quite seem right. There's spiky protrusions over its back, and it almost blend of a werewolf and a chupacabra. Perhaps the stories about these monsters were all describing one creature. The sense of smell is very heightened. I can often hear them sniffing around in the foliage. So yeah. Because I got talking with a friend about, not Hunter the Reckoning, about Hunter Call of the Wild. And as a game, that has a really interesting challenge to it. Ooh, what's this? This one's glowing now. Oh! It's glowing because that's one of the things we picked up. As we acquire more powers and runes, this should get more interesting. Okay. Sorry. With Hunter Call of the Wild, it's trying to blend the idea of, like, you know, actually stalking and finding things with, you know, the gameplay that makes that pop. And look, I really enjoy Hunter Call of the Wild. I'm not a fan of hunting as a pastime, but that game is a great one to just, like, feck about with friends, like, get the dog DLC and just spend the entire time petting the dog is also valid. But hunting games, it's so hard to get that blend of making it feel like you are in a living ecosystem and also tracking things proper. So yeah, actually, DJ Coyle, bringing up the arc of detective vision, or in, you know, Hitman or in Assassin's Creed or what have you, that, like, giving characters like a supervision by which to stalk things, just means you spend the entire time using that instead of exploring the environment. You know, with Hunter Call of the Wild, it highlights tracks and things like that you then find, which then narrows where the thing is. And it can start to feel, like, very mechanical. Not that you're in a living woods, but you're just looking for prints to get your print meter up to a certain point, you know. I think that a lot of devs have taken Monster Hunter as a standard rather than... So, okay, Monster Hunter is a very, very good game, but it is not a game about hunting. It is a game about fighting, like, fucking kaijus. You are a dragon slayer with your dragon slayer friends in what is essentially like a you all versus the boss type game. It's real fun, but in terms of actually stalking your prey, actually, like, laying traps and things like that, it doesn't really come down to that. And that's fine. But I feel that because of the success of Monster Hunter now, a lot of other titles have taken that as the, alright, well, this is how you make a hunting game good. And it's like, no, that's how you make a boss battle game fucking good. Do you know what I mean? Okay. Okay. The little rune in my hand that I now have is vibrating, just to let me know that something is nearby. The diegetic UI in this is fucking brilliant. Also, moon's weird. There appear to be birds this way. And a great big dragon skull. Love that. Aurora Borealis. Silhouetted by gigantic jutting skeletons. Oh. Ah, there it is. I don't know how the Ents hunt yet, so I don't know if we can even stop them. Scout flies have entered chat. Sorry, I missed that. But it's really, really hard to strike a balance between like the feeling of an organic environment where the player is a hunter and having it not be massively unfair. So, I love dinosaurs. Shocking, I know. And I'm a big fan of dinosaur video games. I know, more shocking information. So, over the years, I've played so many different games where you're supposed to, air quotes, hunt dinosaurs. And some of the early ones were just so impossibly unfair. Because they didn't have the...
Will, did you ever find the hidden cave in Morrowind, with ghosts of the failed heroes? You were not.
No. No, I don't think I did. But it's worth pointing out that like when I played Morrowind the most, I was almost entirely offline. So... so I didn't have access to any, like, you know, guides or info. You know, I was about, what, either 3 or 4 characters deep before I... Wait. Ow. There we go. Yeah, I was 3 or 4 characters deep before I even got anywhere with Skyrim story proper. My first character was in a death loop. My second character became an assassin because I did not know what I was supposed to be doing. And I got severely lost. So I just did assassinations for, what was it, the Morag Tong, or whatever they're called. So yeah, there was loads I missed.
Yeah, you're not the chosen one. You are simply the next in line. There is even some subtle snark about save games.
Huh. Okay. Hey, look, I always find that kind of nonsense fun. Sorry, I was desperately trying to remember the name of some of those dinosaur hunting games. Like, it feels unfair to bring up Ark during this conversation because Ark's not meant to be a hunting game. You know, it's a survival game about training dinosaurs. And like, with this game, this is a solo dev focusing on parts that make sense. That big bastard is still tracking me. How? Is he fucking relentless? Like, cool. I didn't think I'd be dealing with ginormous persistence predators already. Yep, they are big and they are unhappy with me. Alright, let's get what we can. Alright, we can now have 7 arrows. They know exactly what the fuck I am. Alright, time to get the fuck out of... Ow! Dodge. Ow! Dodge. Dodge! Ow! Oh, they're just chucking bits of themselves at me? You guys are weird! Ah, fuck sticks. Oh, you are not invited to this party! Fuck! Okay. I don't think they're throwing stuff. I think they're casting. I thought they were chucking big fucking rocks at me, but I think they're casting, like, out the ground. Sorry, and my manners are all over the place. So Favor 6, thank you so much for the 400. Stooge, as I said, I saw your Armored Core playthroughs and bits of it, and I'm so glad you had fun with it. Like,
If only you had a way to cut them down to size.
a fucking axe or something, that'd be great. I don't know how far you got with. I'm assuming when you say you did it, you did like the 3 playthroughs to get like the full final gloriousness. And it makes me so happy that we are in a timeline where like people have not only played a shitload of Armored Core but enjoy it. Only on your first, okay. Yeah, it gets wild with some of it. At some point, I do want to try the the full co-op playthrough, or some of the other like modded stuff. But you know, that's a tale for another day. It's really hard to talk about this game while playing it because you have to be so aware. So I think what this is doing that I really appreciate is that, and I think what I was trying to scrape at before the great big twig bastards ruined my day, is that a good hunting game should give you all the information you need to know so that at least with surprises you can go, oh well, that's why it happened. See, the dinosaur hunting game I was trying to tell you about, it had features similar to like this. I mean, we're talking back in like the 2000s, and it had dinosaurs that could track you by scent. It had dinosaurs that could hear you really well. Different hunting patterns, different environments. But the only way you as a player could know was being super observant with trial and error. You know, you don't know where the hearing dinosaurs are until they fucking tear you asunder, or that they even track you by hearing. And there's no feedback in the world. See, the diegetic UI here means like, we know how visible we are with that cute little eye. We know how much noise we're making thanks to the noisometer. And you've noticed that even though it's like a sound bar, it's carefully broken down into 3 segments. And Quasi-Water, welcome. And anytime we bring up our little check, there we go. We can see what way the wind is moving. Favor 6, it actually wasn't Trespasser. But we will be doing a stream of Trespasser at some point. But with this, like, the failing is mine. Those Ents all got the, you know, they all managed to surround me there. I let that happen. We're going to see if we can get our souls back. And the, you know, the noise I made running away let everything know where I was. You combine that with, like, whilst I'm creeping around, the scent of it. You know, the only thing that we don't know right now is how much, like, how are the Ents tracking me? Right? How do they know how to find me? And which way was down? Yeah, see, there's one of them. But I don't think that's the way we came. No. Don't need to play the noise. Fucking tumbleweeds. Look, I'm just waiting for, like, we're gonna get Bale down to, like, a sliver of health tomorrow, and then a fucking tumbleweed's gonna come and slit my throat. But yeah, it's like, yes. Well, and so DJ Coil, that's the other interesting thing is,
There should be a text-only interface game where you have to escape a dinosaur zoo. It should be called Jurassic Park Trespasser.
Fearless, what you did there. I saw it. Okay, let's go get our souls and get the fuck out of Dodge. Because Big Boy there he's got my number. No, seriously, Phyllis, thank you for the bits. And DJ Coil, that's a really good example that Horizon Zero Dawn isn't a hunting game. But it feels... Oh, that's beautiful. Because, okay, all games are a facsimile, right? And if a game makes you feel like you are doing cool kid hunting shit, then you are doing cool kid hunting shit. But there are core tenets that I would consider part of a game where you are really hunting, where, like, the NPCs have to have agency, they have to have habits. Fucking hell. Oh, and they want me fucking dead today. Piss off! Piss off! Yeah. With Horizon Zero Dawn, you're not hunting creatures, you're hunting robots. And so, like, it almost means that, like, the hiding in the tall grass makes more sense. It feels less weird. Oh, that reminds me, I never did say thank you for the Chaos Cavalcade of Tumbleweeds. That's going to be tomorrow. Annoyingly, you can't post GIFs on Blue Sky just yet. You can use its, like, built-in stuff, but you can't post the good shit. And so, I guess what I'm trying to do is, I'm not trying to tell y'all what you should and should not like in these titles. It's that this is doing a lot of things right, and I'm trying to find the best way to describe it. Okay. Fuck's sake, man. Okay, let's... I keep spending our points in the wrong fucking places. Alright. Don't worry about it. Okay. Yeah, so we don't get any information about the monsters until we bring them down. And right now we need something like a fire arrow or something to be able to handle these ends. What I might do is go a couple of sections back and just explore some of the safer points. But yeah. Yeah, no, so DJ Quill, just agreeing with you there that, like, the way the mechanical beasts move in Horizon Zero Dawn works so well. I think it's really powerfully done, and how it all comes together is so impressive. This is trying to make it feel like it's a weird but alien ecosystem. And, well, actually, I wouldn't even say that, but more that, you know, the creatures that you face here, you know, they have habits and tells. You know, we have to learn them as much as we have to learn the environment. And you know me, I'm a big fan of that. But actually making a game that feels like it is a game about hunting is very hard. Now, I often point to I think it's the opening of Red Dead 2, where you have to stalk a deer. And how, one, the rest of the game is nothing like that. Just blast those poor little Bambi cuties with a high-powered rifle. So Rebels... Kinda, sorta. Like, I wouldn't call Rainworld a hunting game, because you are frequently not even close to being the predator in that situation. You're an opportunist at times, and occasionally you get to be a little villain, but, like, you ain't top of that food chain. No, Rainworld's ecology simulation means that there are things that hunt, and it definitely has the best feeling of a living world. And glad you're enjoying it. The Watcher comes out next year. expect that to consume my life. Actually, I almost thought about doing the Pearl Cat playthrough today, but I've been wanting to show you all this game so much that it needed to happen. But like, hunting games are also a pain in the ass to make fun. And again, that opening to Red Dead Redemption 2 is a really good example of like, you know, you want the player to feel rewarded for creeping and stalking through the forest. But then if you biff the shot and the deer runs and you've got to then do it for another 10 minutes, that doesn't feel good, right? Like, the player's not going to thank you for that experience. So what do? Ooh. My little hand rune tells me there's something about. Okay, he shouldn't be able to smell me. You also need to give the player enough time to make an educated decision about... what they choose to do and how they choose to do it. You know what? Sniper Elite is a good example of a hunting game. And you're just hunting Nazis. But you get the time to lay things out as you want. You get time to study and understand it. Now, the other element of hunting games that Monster Hunter does very well is the sense of triumph and victory when you succeed. You know, the fact that Monster Hunter does, you know, not just sizes, but also variants. So, like, if you get good at hunting a particular monster, you can go for, like, larger variants. And then the frenzied kind, or the shiny purple bastard kind, or what have you. You know, you hunt a Rathalos, but then you hunt an Azure Rathalos that's even more aggressive, and then like the frenzied Azure Rathalos. You know, you can really feel that sense of mastery. It's the moment-to-moment gameplay that's very, very different with Monster Hunter. And again, you don't need me to tell you that. You know, the moment-to-moment is big old boss rush, let's kick its ass. Yeah. Well, and so Rebels, I wholeheartedly agree. You're on the Survivor at the moment, right? Shit. I heard something roar in the distance, and it's like, has it picked up my scent? I don't think so, because the wind's blowing uphill. But yeah, even later on, when you get to play as more aggressive slug cats, you're still not the hunter. If that makes a weird sense. Okay, so there's the hill we were at earlier with the Ents. So we're basically coming up against the valley floor from a different angle. Okay. Something's close by. Ah, there he is. Does he have our scent? Not currently. Boosh! Oh, fuck, he's got a pack mate. And the pack mate appears to have cheesed it. Well, so DJ Coil, that's the tricky part on this one, is like, how much is communicated to the user, right? Sorry if it feels like I'm meandering on this conversation. It's a complicated point, but it's one of the reasons why hunting games aren't as successful or as common. Like, some of the Cabela's basically ends up being like a more boring Fallout 3. So having a way for the game to communicate to us when a wolf has smelt our scent, when it's alerting the rest of the other shitty werewolves, but without giving everything away to us in a way where we're not using our tools. You know, right now, so far as I know, we haven't come up against any monsters that use that hunt by tracking us, but we know that they will, and we've seen some. What the fuck is that? No, something in Jaeger. In your face! Didn't get him in the face. I have not shot him in the face. Fuck. Yes! Ha! I have slain the ape. It is I, the real hunter. I don't know why I'm suddenly French. Sasquatch is down. Repeat, Sasquatch is down. And like, this is something that Tommy talks about a lot in the whole like AI in game stuff. Is like, a lot of the times game AI. Fuck you, mate. No, you know what? No. I'm not dying to you. I'm not dying to your bullshit, mate. So a lot of the time trying to make game AI feel good and feel smart isn't actually about the NPCs doing smart things. It's about how they communicate. See, Rain World does have a massive advantage over 3D games, which is it's 2D flat on a plane, right? You can communicate so much more information to the user without it becoming a fucking mess. Oh shit, what's around? Right? In Rain World, it's really easy to see the interactions. Because we fixed camera, you get to see the whole side-on view. Jobs are good. Oh. Will starts Googling, can Bigfoot get revenge? Also, if you've never seen it, the movie The Man Who Killed Hitler and Then Bigfoot, really good movie. Not at all what you think it's going to be, but a very good movie. Okay, no, it's just a deer. Oh, piss. That's a big one. That's a big boy. And fucking ugly. Sorry, apologies that I'm kind of scratching around the conversation. I'm going to make myself some noodles in a second. A little noodly lunch. Oh, or I can have I can have a little rice bowl for lunch as well. Oh. But yeah, often we talk about fear, the FPS, and one of the reasons we still talk about it is that it's a great, and albeit kind of a hyperbole example of having the NPCs vocalize what they're doing so that the player knows that they're doing smart things, right? So, like, in Fear, characters will yell things like, "We're flanking! We're reloading!" And those kind of barks and shouts have become very commonplace in games now. And they can feel a little obnoxious, but it lets the user know that the characters are doing smart things. See, here, if we stumble upon a monster and we discombobulate its usual hunting patterns, like if we come at it like a straight up brawl, like as we did there with that one dog that we just kind of stumbled upon, and I'm just shooting it in the face and stabbing it, like we can't see any of its clever behaviors because by our very actions we never got to see it stalking us, right? I think of the weird dog monsters in Dead Space 2 and how they would actively try and hide from you behind pillars and then ambush you when your back was turned, making them feel like they're smart, making them feel like they're predators. I mean, they're not. They're just very, very strict behaviors in a small space. But they also made like very specific audio cues when stalking and hiding, right? Interestingly, like the Invisi-monsters in Half-Life Opposing Forces weren't as... They didn't feel like the incredible predators that they were because they were invisible most of the time. You couldn't hear them stalking you or understand where they were coming from. As opposed to those weird little fucking ninjas that fight you in Half-Life 1 that do feel like they're stalking you, like the Black Ops peeps. Yes. No, Fearless, you're entirely right. God, I kind of wish that Tommy wasn't on, like, Scotland time. I'd always be like, Oi! Tommy! Get the fucking line! We're talking about your shit! But no, you're entirely right. I mean, all video games are a facsimile. All video games are a fugazi. That's just how they be. And barks that say what the NPCs are doing indicate to us that they are being smart. And sometimes in games, and Fear was really good at this, they would do barks that sounded clever even when they weren't actually kind of doing it. Well, Minnesota's a myth. The Left 4 Dead Zombies thing is twofold. That has the AI director, which is always trying to fuck with you. And also, they didn't have a good way to spawn in... they didn't have a good way to spawn in zombies. Okay, there we go. Just leveling up our stealth so I don't get my face. The AI director in Left 4 Dead is very, very clever, but it's working from a different crib sheet than a lot of other titles, because its goal is not to try and murder you or to stalk you. Its goal is to capitalize on anybody that is left asunder. Oh shit! It was Bigfoot. Nice. The myths are true. There really is a Bigfoot. Turns out there was some truth behind it. It's bigger than I expected and an unstoppable force. I need to make sure I have enough arrows when taking one of these down. Just one well-placed shot is not even close to enough. Oh, good. And Quasi, this was made by somebody who worked on Skyrim and a bunch of other Bethesda titles. Oh! The antlers are even larger and more deadly. This creature lends credence to my theory that the antlers don't stop growing. The older they get, the more aggressive and deadly they become. Interesting. Okay. So in our little hall of hunts. Now, just some of these plinths are pretty fucking large. So yeah, the combat and systems are very, very closely... feel very, very inspired by the bow combat in Skyrim. But, like, check out this diegetic UI. Like, it's all on the bow. So we have the sound meter, and then our little vision meter as well. And the runic blips is how much, like, XP we have. It's really clever. Unfortunately, right now, I've got to work out how to deal with these fucking ents, man. Actually, we're going to go back. We're going to go back, and then we're going to go from the other area and just try and face rush them, see if we can do anything. Oh, yes, and Phyllis, thank you for the additional info. But so jumping back, this is the challenge of making a hunting game. How do you have non-verbal NPCs communicate their intelligence to the user without it feeling like, you know, my Fisher-Price baby's first game for babies, right? Like, there's a lot of things that Horizon Zero Dawn can do because it's a AAA game. There are also human enemies to fight. It's not first person. And you're not fighting creatures. You're fighting robots, mechs, that look like creatures. Okay. I'm just going to try and take down one of the Ents with what we've got so far. Let's see what that gets us. Now we have the rune where I can kind of track roughly where they are, and then just listen for the earth-shattering stomps. Like, oh, he's over here. Oh no, this isn't your party, buddy. Yeah, so like with that, I stumbled upon that wolf, right? So there was no way for us to know whether or not that was a proper encounter or otherwise, right? I don't think there's anything we can do against this thing, but we can try. Okay. Yeah, so it casts. And it does not give a shit. Okay. Now, Favor 6, thank you for bringing up Alien Isolation. The irony, of course, is that Alien Isolation is a hunting game. It's just you're not the hunter, you are the prey. And they do a lot of things in terms of how they telegraph the way in which the Xenomorph hunts you. Also, the Xenomorph isn't fussed by you. And so there's almost a little bit of sponginess with how it's represented. Like, take Mr. X, for example, from Resident Evil, newer ones. That is a thing that has been dropped in to kick the fuck out of you. And he moves slow and he can kind of be kited a little bit because he's just a big old chunky titan. But ultimately, that's his only goal. The Alien in Alien Isolation has more personality because it doesn't consider you a threat. You're a snack, you're a meal, you're a thing to play with. It is a cat, you are a cat toy. Sure, sometimes you can throw some fire at it, and sometimes you can annoy it with noisemakers. But ultimately, it doesn't even see you as a problem. Right? And that means there's a lot of thematic sponginess in terms of how they could do that. You know, I often think about how, like, there's the people on the Sevastopol who've been surviving for a while, who must be like, yay, we made it, we're doing so good. And it's like, nah, like, it's just having a little fucking catnap wherever it's decided to set up. Like, it's bored. Then maybe it wakes up, stretches a little bit, and it hears some people talking and maybe some gunshots, and it's like, I could eat. Yup. Fearless, absolutely. Or how it learns that the specific noises of the noisemaker is just a distraction, that isn't a real thing. You know, it'll attack the working Joes, but only if it frustrates them, because it knows there's no food and there's nothing to play with. As an aside to an aside, I always loved how in AVP 2000, the androids were the thing you had to worry about as the alien, because they don't smell like anything. You can smell predators, you can smell humans. You can't smell an android or a turret. And I thought that was really clever. And so, like, with this, it's hard because this is a hunting game with emergent behavior, and the emergent moments are incredible. Rest of it, we're still learning. But the whole point is to learn this forest. You know, our character was, I guess, part of a tribe of hunters. You are the new one who has taken up the bow, who walks these forests, these spirit realms. And right now, we have no way to face down those gigantic woodland beasts. We might be able to head this way, like kite the rock face and see if we can trundle a different way. There's also other little touches of this that I like, that it isn't a stamina meter per se, but it's just when your heart is thumping in your ears, you can't hear as well and you can't concentrate, which I think is real cool. But yeah. So I'm not saying this is this game is bad by any means. I'm having a fucking great time with it, and I'm having to focus on talking to you lot so I don't get absorbed in the hunt, which is a fucking cool thing. It's the challenge of how do you show smart behavior when your characters can't tell you how smart they're being, right? And one of the things about Rainworld is that its lethality and its replayability is kind of what allows the... Oh, I can hear something. It's kind of what allows the wolves, but I don't think they've heard or smelt me. But it allows people to learn the behaviors of like the different lizards because they're very clearly color-coded, and the live, die, repeat nature of it all has you observing those behaviors repeatedly. Vanderbeest, what about quests? What if I didn't want to buy the potion? All you can upgrade is strength? I had a weird dream the other night where I had to perform the entirety of ... at PAX with 0 warning, and I did it beat for beat, and no one remembered what it was. Okay. This is definitely somewhere new. The idea of the Forest Guardians being what keeps us in certain areas, I think, is pretty clever as well. So Aeon, I think that works rather well. Aeon says, thoughts on the use of a terrarium to indicate the depth of ability. Show critters hunting while you're safe and behind glass. No, I think that works really well. It almost works in Opposing Force. But it definitely works in several parts throughout the Half-Life series where we see things operating without you. It's kind of like, there's multiple parts... Oh, I just came to the same place from a different angle, didn't I? Good work together. Beans. But there's multiple places in the Half-Life franchise where, yeah, you get to see creatures hunting and acting. Without your involvement, so that when you're on the receiving end of it, it kind of feels like... Oh! Was that for a reflex shot? So it means you have a way of understanding why the creatures attack you the way they do. We get our souls just so it doesn't yell at us. Okay. That could have gone much cleaner, but it's what it is. Okay. I guess we're heading over that way. So now it's not so much about hunting, it's just surviving till we can get over to wherever we're supposed to be next. See what we can do. But yeah, showing your NPCs doing cool shit before you take them on gives you a way to contextualize it. You know, the users can't see the cool shit that your game does when it's not looking. Now, I'm not going to give it any credence because, you know, there's a whole bunch of stuff going on with Stalker 2 beyond just, like, launch day, well, the bugs and whatnot. But one of the interesting things is that Stalker 2 was advertised to having, like, a complex AI system, like an AI director of its own. And they said that the system is in place, but currently it's not working.
Court called. He wants his skulls back for his skull throne.
Alright, Vanderbeest, he can have them, but I'm not taking them back. Alright? See, you think my noodly arms are carrying those? Fucking no. This appeared to be like a purple trench down there. Okay, so there's like there's a bunch of birds there. There's a skeleton tower. Hang on, if I get this I can show you. There's a skeleton tower over there that leads up to a bow. There's definitely something down in that. But then also there's this pink fuzz area. Oh, that's got an ent, so we're gonna fucking avoid that. Alright, down to the forest we go. What was I talking about? Oh, represented behaviors. See, with this, I don't know how we could be shown. Like, we had the introduction, which was very metal and very frenetic. No. I'm tripping over my own words today. Bloody hell. But with that introduction, we were only really shown combat and powers. Oh, and caffeine. Lotto and welcome. Hello, hello. And Stooge, while it is valid to ask, are we the baddies, because humans, it seems in this one, whether we the baddies or not, our, like, air quotes, tribe got fucking obliterated early on. So... so Caffeine, so this is an indie game made by a dude who was at Bethesda for 1,000,000 years. It's like a spirit hunting game. We play the latest in a tribe of people to take up the spirit bow and hunt the wilds. Motherfucking Bigfoot. It's motherfucking Bigfoot. I should probably try and get Bigfoot before he gets us. Has the wind. This way, and he shouldn't be able to hear us over the bada-boom. Alright. Okay, apparently his Bigfoot can fucking motor. There we go. Get to fuck Bigfoot. Ah, piss. Okay. You know what? Not going to worry about it. Not going to question it. Bigfoot is down. Now we're in for arrows. Yeah, we're doing alright. Okay. An angel Kalina. Well, be safe. What do you mean I'm the baddie? I didn't start this fight for once. Yeah. Well, so Rebels, not to be Captain Contrary, you're not wrong, but having NPCs fight each other is very complicated. It's very hard to sometimes make those NPC fights not look fucking naff. Maxed anims are incredibly expensive, so you have to find other ways of having those fights feel good, which is very easy to say, very difficult to actually do. Matched anims is like when you have two NPCs that are separate, but when they fight, you know, like I swing an axe and the other guy blocks it and pushes it back and fights in a way that's non-scripted, and it's insanely expensive. By expensive, I mean like the amount of dev hours required to implement. Got more healing crosses though. Okay, so there's one thing over there and one thing over there. I think that's closer. So we'll go through the swamp. It hurt me. Thing is, I have to take him down now because he has my fucking arrows sticking out of him. Come on, bastard. Where are you? Who's hunting who here, buddy? But no, I will agree that if you're able to show, you know, enemy behavior in a way where the user isn't involved, it can highlight how smart something can be. So okay, this is actually a really good moment here. Did that creature run away because I hurt him? Did he run away because, you know, I was proving too much of a challenge? Or is he like, you know, biding his time? And Stooge, see, that's one of those ones which is, unfortunately, that's just a dev decision rather than a creative one. In one of the post-launch patches, they nerfed how much damage NPCs were doing to each other because people were using the big battle scenes as like AFK farming segments. Alright, you roar all you want to, mate. 3 arrows. I feel like I'm being led into the bad place. How did he get past me into this fucking fog? More to the point, if he's full of my arrows, motherfucker should be glowing like a tiny beacon. You know what, let's just grab what we can here. Maybe we can get flaming arrows or something. Has been locked in. Might as well go grab some more arrows then while we're here. I mean, and that's true, Rebels. The other thing is trusting your player to be able to see the cool shit while it's happening. Oh. The other one. Actually, you know what? We'll go for some fire. Get spicy with it. It's not like we can take it with us. Okay. Whew. Sorry, I'm desperately trying to re-grasp the point we were nattering about before I got distracted with the wilds. Oh, representation of like NPC behaviors and hunting and stuff like that. And that's the fucking hard part of it, right? Because here's the thing is like, if you make a game about dinosaurs and hunting, obviously using what current knowledge we have, unless you have a way to show or explain to the user ahead of time how dinosaurs hunt, they won't know, and so they just feel like they're getting their shit wrecked. Or they know a lot about dinosaurs, and they'll be like, well, that's not how that dinosaur hunted. It puts you in a weird spot. Okay. Entry 20. Season of the Golden Magpie. First things first, I'm not lost, but I am getting deeper and deeper into the woods. Okay, that's a lot of words. We'll get to those when when we're not up against it. All right. Unfortunately, we're in this weird little dugout, and I don't know where to go next. So let's just keep following this gully up, I guess. There are definitely things here. Is it one of those... Yeah. Werewolves, not swearwolves. And I think it's a very, very tricky thing when you're indie is like, where do you spend your time? Because you don't have infinite time. Like, this one is very much about this surrealist, like, unplaceable... Okay, well that looks interesting. This surreal, unplaceable... ethereal wild, these impossibly large skeletons, this strange belief system that's sprung up around them. Like, as someone was saying, it's like the gentleman who made this is predominantly an environment artist, and you can see that shine through. And now I've kind of changed rhythm of how I'm playing this. I'm sure you've noticed. I'm not just trundling around being a fucking idiot. The game has slapped me with enough things now that I know to take my time, be cautious, be careful. But also, like, we haven't encountered anything that's really insidious yet. We haven't encountered anything that's really stalking us or, you know, mimicking us or anything like that. I'm hearing some booms off in the distance, like rocks being chucked around. And it's like it's masking the sound of other things walking. Oh, it's a fucking ent. Alright. Time to go! Please let this be a fire spell or something. Fuck me. There we go. Alright, you big bastard. Where are you? Burn! Burn like the logs of old. Fuck, fuck, fuck. today's episode, Will causes a massive forest fire. Yeah! Really? Really? I got shit to do, buddy. You ain't even on the list right now. Where is he? Fuck. I lost my stuff. I got my butt kicked. Now. Does it count? Yes! Alright, so now we know about the Ents. Tree Golem. At first I did not notice they were alive. They blend in with the trees so much, and just as tall as actual trees, they just seem to be standing there and waiting. Irregular arrows did nothing, like shooting a real tree with an arrow. Fire did the trick though. They have some kind of magic and are able to have roots come up out of the ground to attack me. Okay. Oh. Alright. You know what, friends? As we're at the 3-hour mark, I think this is the point where I make myself something that vaguely resembles food. Question is, are we doing noodles or are we doing rice? Decisions, decisions. But so far, like, I'm so impressed with this. And the reason being is not just because it's one person. It's more because it's so unapologetically itself as a game. And that is something that I've come to appreciate so much. Like, it doesn't feel the need to justify why we are this spirit hunter. We've seen we're out for revenge. Like, whatever happened to our family, our tribe, our people. And we aren't the guy, we're just the newest guy. We aren't the chosen one. We're the next chosen one. You feel me? You know, this whole place is littered with skeletons, both human and alien, but they don't seem to be a cause for fear. Does that make a weird sense? Like, it has the design sensibilities of an album, like of a metal album cover, and I like that. But also, this isn't bad. I don't know. Does that make a weird sense? You know what, I definitely need to get some calories in my system, so I'm just going to do some noodles real quick, and then let's keep going with this, alright? I guess the question is, friends, because I realise that now that I've not been doing, now that I don't have to rush the dogs out to avoid a lake of piss, we haven't done the fishing minigame, like, a whole bunch. So, like, do you all want to do some fishing while I just reheat some stuff? Neon, I know what you're scratching at, but, like, this is our safe place, right? Like, this environment here is our return to. This is our leveling and setup. You know, these are where our trophies, carved of stone, monuments to our victories, right? But it's also filled with these, like, twisted skeletons. They kind of remind me of the varying Gothic cathedrals where, you know, so many people wished to be buried there that they ended up having to stack the skulls atop each other, right? It's not a bad thing. It's not meant to be a bad place. But the iconography of it would be, you know, a twisted horror anywhere else. You know, if we had to try and discern who these people are, you know, this this tribe of hunters, of magic archers. They seem to worship the runes, to worship the very death itself. We're not killing these creatures to eat. We're not killing them to survive. So what is this? You know, I mean, I think it's pretty obvious from the opening that this is as much about revenge and survival as it is about sustenance. But in the same setup, I don't know. You'll see what I'm getting at, right? A metal album cover, aka My Happy Place. Alright, you get it, virals. Okay, so friends, like I said, I'm just going to throw some food in the microwave. But that means that you all can do some cool kid fishing. I haven't had the chance to give you all some fishing. And I will also say that, like, there's so much to this that it's happy to just let you discover. And there's so much of this where it's happy to be like, all right, well, hey, if you're not enjoying the hunting aspect, if it's too challenging, if you just want to explore and experiment, then you fucking can, you know? Okay. The only pisser is that I can't put on the smooth guitar tunes at the same time. So, dun 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 dun. If you've never done this before, all you need to do, hit exclamation fish. And the rules are quite simple. Whoever catches the largest fish at the end of the break gets to add a custom fish. And yeah. Oh, hang on, let me... There we go, put some tunes on. So, have fun, fish away, and I'll be back with you all in like 4 or 5 minutes. Yeah, takes 4 minutes to reheat stuff. Sorry, my brain is whirring a million miles an hour on this game because it's fucking good. And it's like trying to contabulate all those thoughts at the same time as I should be taking a break, as I should be doing a thing. I'm like, high-speed will is very notable. Okay. Remember, biggest fish wins. Back in a sec. Hello there. Sorry, I realised I didn't put the BRB needs tea up. Please continue fishing. I need to put these calories in my system before I can make any like interesting points. I'm just kind of pondering with this title is like, I don't think this is one I'm going to continue streaming per se, but this is definitely something I'm going to keep playing. There's the other part to this, and one of the reasons why I haven't streamed like Hunter Call of the Wild and things like that is that this is just a good time. Well, okay, it's a spoopy time, but like, there's so much in this forest that I don't understand. You know, things are going to get big and weird and strange. We know we have like the janky centaur, the strange kappa beasts. You know, there are so many creatures that we haven't faced down yet. And when we saw them in the opening, we saw them in the context of like an arena fight. We don't know how they hunt. You know, those big tree bastards are nigh on impossible unless we have fire. So until we have a sensible way of generating and regenerating fire, like what do? I guess we just fucking run, right? But there's so much to this that I want to explore and I want to understand. In a weird way, it kind of reminds me of the proto Baba Yaga game that we played. I think it was called like, it's not Black Mirror, but something along those lines. I'll once I've had me food, I'll look up the name of it. But yeah. I feel like I'm having to remind myself to natter with you all and talk about what's happening, because what I really want to do is just kind of, I don't know, breathe with the forest, move through it. Does that make a weird sense? Oh shit! Misnomers with a record-breaking Eagle Ray. Oh, someone pulled another car out? Fuck. Are you right? I did miss that. Well, for every car, there's always a bus. Yeah, you got the t-shirt. It's not a cult. See? The t-shirt says so. It's not a cult. See? It's not a cult. It's not a cult. Please stop telling people it's a cult. I feel like we'll get in trouble. I wonder if anybody on the global leaderboards will ever overtake Immortal Len. Because that was the night of hours of fishing when Chorby had to come in and keep me sane. That was a night. It's a Swedish fish. Oh. Sorry, forgive me while I'm stuffing my face. I did have a thought while I was putting this together on, like, let's say we wanted to do this with a dinosaur game. How would we do it? And I realized that, like, extraction shooter mechanics could be a very good way to create a hunt. Or at least thinking about it in the same way, right? So you have an ecosystem, you spawn in, you go in, you get your mark, you get out. That you could use heat maps at the end of each hunt to show the patterns. Maybe not necessarily show what the user saw, but show how the AI was moving everything around. Oh, Count Quackula. What is this, a crossover episode?
Cult of the Lamb has everyone wearing red shirts. Floydo called his run the free t-shirt club. What we get is a red shirt. We're classic Star Trek security, which almost always gets sacrificed on missions.
I'm not the one handing out the red shirts. You're all pulling them out. You're all pulling them out of a strange pond in the middle of nowhere. It's not a cult. But yeah, so jumping back, I think that if you could show users, whether they win, lose, or draw, how the different creatures are moving throughout the environment when they've completed a run would be very good. Because I realized that, like, from a first-person perspective, a lot of cool shit from the Jurassic Park movies is kind of dull. The iconic scene in the second movie where the velociraptors are homing in on the guys they're running through the tall grass is, I mean, that's fucking peak. Like, Jurassic Park 1 and 2 are pretty much horror movies when you stop and think about it. But if you think about experiencing that from a first person, not the actually getting eaten by dinosaurs, that's horrifying. But if you think about how that whole scenario would look to a user, they'd be in the grass, they'd hear a rustling, and then they'd get fucked up. There's no way for them to know they've been surrounded, right? It's not a cult! Thank you. It's not a cult. Fucking terrorists. And Virals, no, this pond is absolutely an SCP. We should not be doing this. This is what happens when the Bureau of Control doesn't know we're getting up to shit. Anyway. It was another interesting thing with a complaint that people had about the fire propagation in Far Cry 2. That it was really hard to know when you were suddenly entrapped and surrounded. Because the game was trying to make it so you felt like the bushfire would catch and suddenly you'd be like trapped in this terrible situation and panicking. It's a cool idea, but it's really hard to know. Yeah, Jamami, the clever girl experience. If you had no knowledge of dinosaurs, you'd just get jump scared by a dinosaur, right? So it's like, how can we communicate more of this to the user? And if we take the idea of the extraction shooter mechanics, i.e., you go on the hunt, and if you make it out alive, you get to keep all your cool shit. If you get murdered while you're out there, then your character, air quotes, dies and the next one goes in. But if on that either victory or death screen, we present the user with a heat map, where they went, what they did, and also showed the patterns of, then they'd be like, oh, you know, I stumbled into a fucking nest, and look how they encircled me. Like, I was dead long before I knew it. You know, things that could feel really cool in, like, the post-breakdown. Thank you, Endorf. See? It's not a cult.
incessant clicking.
They're just funny little metal tubes. It's not a cult. It's not a cult. And Favor 6, you faking terror. And or thank you. Favor 6, why you like this? I'm not saying I'm playing favorites, but... So Garrett, very funny. Also fuck off. For very funny. What are you saying? Strange bloke handing out t-shirts in ponds is no way of recruitment? I've told you all, time and time again, if this was a cult, I would have some modicum of control. Okay. Make the last casts now. In a minute or so, we're gonna call it time, and we'll let the last few roll out. You never know. You could keep you could be the one to fish up the victory fish now. So, or you get a mug like Miss Nomis. It's not gonna win. It's a good find. And friends, I will have to beg your forgiveness. It looks like you've got me for another hour. I need to go pick up a bunch of cardboard boxes. Actually, Moose, please send me a reminder after stream, because the Iceborne Moose isn't in. I was very sure I had added it, but also, I have been known to be a drunk, so... Okay. Alright. And friends, this is time. I'm calling time. No more exclamation fish. We're gonna let the last 13 run out and then get back to the hunt. And I apologise for it being a short stream today. Trying to juggle the move and my life at the same time has been challenging. But you all have been fucking cool already. And also, I kind of don't want to show you too much of today's game. Does that make a weird sense? No, Moose, send it me DM after stream, because if it's in mod chat, I'll check it and then get rid of it. Yeah. I want to say Divershi. Divershi? Yeah, no, Blue Marlin, a famous tiny pond fish, along with other such fish as the blue whale and the blue Ford Fiesta. It is a strange vase. Like, it's weirdly flared at the base. I guess that's for extra water? Okay. I just remember, no more casting, because we need to conclude this contest, so that way we can work out what the ruddy hell is going down. The caffeine, another record-breaking fish. That puts you in the Fish Dex Hall of Fame. Aeon, we are already at the no more costs. Yes. Given to it's a naval vase. The base is so it's not going to fall over from the rolling waves. Yeah. See, given to Rand. That's nautical fact right there. From hunting to fishing, welcome to the Longship on a Tuesday night. On a Tuesday night. What a week! It's only Tuesday. But yes, to those of you who have just joined us, in 7 more casts, we're going to be getting back to the Axis Unseen, stalking through the mystical woods. I just managed to take down a forest golem. I'm feeling very proud of myself. And then was immediately beaten to death by a different forest golem. But that's not the point. If you haven't seen it, it is... I mean, not to be reductive, but it's indie magic Skyrim. It is a hunting game where you must survive strange wilds filled with impossible Fey-like creatures. And it's good. It's fucking good. Megalyn, I thrive on small victories. Sounds like Wyoming. No, it is fascinating. It's got this gorgeous, like, diegetic UI. It was put together predominantly by one indie dev whose background is in environmental art. So the environment is just fascinating. These impossibly large skeletons clawing at the sky. And it's, yeah. Honestly, it's been one of those where I'm really having to focus to be able to hold the conversation because the game is just pulling me in. To Fox in a Box, Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. Oh, actually, and to Fox and others. Friday is when we are continuing with Placid Plastic Duck Sim. So... for those of you who didn't see the Saturday stream, we're waiting for a specific duck to be able to continue the puzzle. So, once we have a specific duck, then we can start cracking some codes. Right. And there we have it. Aeon closing us out on a black spotted grunt. Senior Nan's black spotted grunt. I'm sorry, that just came out. Okay, so congratulations to I'm Patch Rabbit. You were today's winner, followed by Misnomers and Favor 6, by catching an entire fucking car. Virals, that's an old PC and a good find. Misnomers there with a Ray. Dustin with Count Quackula. We had some good pulls. Well done, everybody. And got a few record breakers today as well. Bacon with a record baking branch. Barbarian Bean getting a record coffee cup, I think is like iconic. Dustin with a record tire. Chroma Capybara with a record traffic cone. Ah, I love this little game. Okie dokie. As we move on over. There we go. Close that, and close that. Oh, it is absolutely not a new car. Alrighty. Back out to the wilds. I think so. So yeah, once again, so this is the Axis Unseen. Again, not a great name, but a really fascinating game. Not a great name, but a really fascinating game. And definitely one that I'm... It has grabbed me, and it does not want to let go. If you have any questions, please ask. Otherwise, we're just going to get like straight back into it. Like, it's not a game with a clear... It's not a game with a clear through narrative. It is very much its own beast. Nope. Thanks, I hate it. So now we know what that is. That's bad. Well, I know that now, not to breathe in the shroom smoke. Oh, and to Fox in the Box, like, thank you for stopping in. You know. No, it's actually the Jamami, both. The smoke did me damage and made me make noise. So we got hurt and we coughed a lot. Something's nearby, but I'm going to get our souls first because we... Alright, who wants to fucking go me? Oh, fucking excuse me. I feel like something else got us as well. That stag's probably taking a fucking run for it. Oh, it was you, you fucking bottom feeder. You fucking Northern Zool. Okay, that's cool. If we light like a corpse or something on fire, we can use that. But the glare from the heat makes it really hard to see clearly. Oh. The forest shall burn. Am I the baddie? Alright, you give me my arrow back. And off. It's fine. It could be more on fire. Wellity, wellity, wellity. Look who wants to fucking go. Fuck. Have you noticed that there doesn't appear to be anything that's just like a arrow do more damage upgrade? Like, I think there's going to be bows later on that probably either increase, like, distance or... Oh, fuck. I was going to say distance or damage. We do not have many bows, or many arrows left at all. What we need to do is learn how to make our own fucking fire. That's what we need. Do not tell the Forestry Commission, alright? Sorry, I'm heading back to the Spirit Realm so we can bank what we've got. And I can grab some more arrows because I definitely fucked up. Yeah, see, there's the fucking wood and spirit golem tree bastard. There we go. Your next cryptid we find is Smokey the Bear is fucking wailing on me. You were supposed to prevent forest fires! But, like, the non-linear nature of how we're exploring this world means that, like, whichever route we choose to go is our choice. Like, it's our journey. Without fire, there's no way to face the golems. And they seem to be able to track me for a fucking long way. So all I can think is we'll head up into the mountains now, see if we can get like a vantage point. Oh, you are still right the fuck there. Thanks, I hate it. Does anyone have any questions about the game or anything like that? I don't feel like I've been doing a really good job of showing this game off. I need you to come back and fight me because I need my arrows back. Thank you. What was I saying? I was talking about dinosaur hunting games and things like that, and again, I think there's so much to be had in that space. Fuck off. Alright, coming back for me again. There's another structure up here. Oh, spoiler, he was in fact coming back for another fucking round. That hurt. That hurt a lot. Werewolves, not swearwolves, I know. Arrgh! I don't know, Zoo-O, and that could be fucking cool. That's also, I think it's partially for me as well, like, I like the idea of dinosaur hunting games, because thematically, you know, there's less to... It's more of an even playing field, you know what I mean? Like I said, I played a lot of the Cabela's games, but predominantly because I was, you know, working at a place where I could... Holy shit, that's cool. Can I turn off me? There we go. How's that for a slice of fried gold? Okay. Oh, interesting. Sorry, the wood arrows are already full, so I guess whatever's in this structure is nothing more than just a marker. Okay, let's head towards Gigantic I guess whatever this fire bastard fest over here. But sorry, yeah. Initially, I started playing the Cabela's games because it was really fucking funny, and then I kept playing them because it was so weird to see what they were. I can't think of a Cabela's game I played and gone, this was a great game. But like, there was one that was like an open worldy. It was right after Fallout 3 had kind of done gangbusters, and so that's metal as fuck. And so it had this whole vibe of like. Explore, unlock kit, etc. My character ended up going to jail for firing a gun too close to a house. In my defense, there was literally a bear trying to rip my face off, like in that movie Face Off. But that was a fair fight. All I had was a pistol, because I didn't understand it. Something big and something fucking dangerous near here. Is that a grand stag? Oh, like that in the fucking cheap seats. Fuck. Ow! No stepping! No stepping! Did. It should have been Cocaine Bear. Okay. That would be it. That would be an equal playing field. Alright, and back out we go. But no, it's like... The interesting thing about the Cabela's games is that they aren't made for people who enjoy good games, or really games. You know this, I know this. It's a brand. They make these things as part of their business strategy to sell more stupid camping chairs and hats and whatnot. Woo! Ah, some thunder. This fucking game's so cool. So it's weird, it's like they're almost starting from the same point as like sports games, you know? But so many times they try and experiment with weird shit that no one else would do because it would be dumb and bad. Cabela's during the whole like motion control era. I can't see a fucking thing. Did I get blinded? I'm gonna get my shit back. Oh no, it's significant. It's utterly gorgeous. Oh. Sorry about that. Sorry, the buzz there was the person I'm going to go pick up cardboard boxes from at 7. So I apologise that I will be skedaddling much earlier than I usually stop stream. And who knows? Like maybe if I get a lot of packing done tonight, we'll do a cheeky, sneaky I'm Your Beast stream or something, or who knows. But jumping back, it's weird because, like, with Cabela's, they experimented with a bunch of strange shit, and I don't hate it. You know, I thought it was a bit sad that the same peeps who did, like, Hunter Call of the Wild, that their other projects just haven't been as good. Except for Generation Zero, which it took a while. Right. Rematch, fucko! Okay. Cool. We have now unlocked the fire arrow. You know what that means. Hadouken! Oh. I made it worse. I made it worse. I've made it so much worse. I've made it so bad. Oh, Smokey the Bear's gonna kick my fucking ass. Hey, big buddy, if you could just keel over, that would be fucking great. No, I can't even get close enough to stab him. It would be very cash money of you if you could just keel the fuck over. Every single one of my arrows is in this big bastard. Don't think there's more of you wankers. No! No, now is the time for reading! Last healing item. Fucking stab you! Can I have my arrows back, please? The guy's like, yeah. These belong to me now. Oh, and the ends know exactly where the fuck I am. It's almost if... No, he died over here! I fucking did it! Oh, excuse me. No, I got my arrows back. Okay, something is fuck-a-doodle-dude. And it looks like there's a portal down there, so let's just get the fuck out of Dodge. Because we can go back to the early stuff. Okay. Energy locked in. Let's fucking go! Maybe, Sir Garrett, maybe the fire arrows end up using shit. I don't know how they know. But that would make sense. Oh, so we have fire arrows. And regular arrows. I need to find a bigger quiver. So we have regular arrows, fire arrows, and then spirit arrows. Powers. Okay, so the tremors don't count. We've just learned how to make... Arrow type fire. Here we go. Okay, but that does mean that we can head back to... Was it here? No, here. Go get some fucking vengeance. And Rise of Moose, I honestly, I don't think they had data or necessarily like... Oh, piss. Data or necessarily a knowledge, the Cabela's team, in terms of like what they were aiming for. For a larger portion of their stuff, they were aiming for whatever was the popular hardware and PC. But these days, like, who knows? I wonder if like Hunter Call of the Wild has discombobulated them. You know, Cabela's isn't really part of the games industry. It's its own fucking weird beast, right? So it isn't something that I pay as close attention to as I used to. Except for the fact that it used to make me laugh that they would release their fucking game the same day as Halo. That didn't stop being funny for me. But it just struck me that what we could do if we're hunting ants, light a tree on fire and then use the tree as a means of like relighting regular arrows. Okay, ow, and fucking ow. Just fucking got here. Fucking excuse me, I just got here. No, you know what? I also realised we didn't check the entry for the big stag that tried to eat my face. I want to check that. Because yeah, I know it probably seems like I'm obsessing over hunting games today. It's one of those things that kind of like, you know, rally driving or golf. No, that's mean. Definitely golf. It's one of those pastimes that the reality of it fucking sucks. And I'm not a fan in the slightest. But the idea of it, the romantic idea of it is lovely. Okay, so this is the big bastard. The Elder Horned Beast. The antlers on this one are truly impressive. How it has the strength to hold them up, I will never know. Clearly these are not regular animals. No shit, Sherlock. The multitude of antlers make it even harder to get a shot, and they are incredibly deadly. I wonder about the shackles. Were these human once? And also interesting that we haven't... Oh, that was the power of tremors. So yeah, we're taking on a Bigfoot and an ant. But that means there are other, even bigger things that we will be fighting at some point. So yay! Can't wait for that! Oh, okay, so this guy is like the keeper of the journal entries. So I wonder what's here. Yeah, we haven't managed to find a quiver or otherwise, and our character doesn't seem too fussed on like crafting. I don't know if you've noticed that we're not using these creatures to... Oh. Because I didn't restock. I thought I had. Sorry, I guess we're at that point in the evening where Will's careening all over the shop in terms of banner. But we're going to be heading back down to where we fought the first Bigfoot next, because I think that's where we need to be heading. So that's down this way. And now we have a way to deal with the fucking ents if we have to. Yeah. Because we can essentially create like a firing line, light a tree on fire, and then use it to... Oh, fuck off. Fuck off.
We have a way to deal with the ants. Okay, Sauron.
Okay, wood golems. In this house, we are pro-ent, except for when ents are trying to kill us. And those big bastards have crushed me more than enough times. Anyway. The only thing that I will add from this conversation is definitely that we need to do a stream of Jurassic Park Trespasser soon. Like, once I'm settled in a new place, like, I can actually start scheduling things. Because, one, It's going to take a bit of fatfomancy to get it going, but when we do, holy crap, it's going to be awesome. Oh! Ho, ho, ho. And if we want to talk about games that were aspirational, well beyond what they could deliver, like Trespasser is like the fucking gold standard in that. It's not a... Well, okay, no, it's a fucking bad game. But I still love for everything that it tried to be. And ever since, it's kind of things that we as an industry have been grasping for. I forget who it was. Oh, sorry, and Quasi, where are my fucking manners? Thank you so much for the bits. Look, friends, I'm going to be really scrambled this coming week. Alright? But you need to understand... Like, I'm going to be able to finally make Longshipian nonsense like my full-on focus. And the fact that I'm able to, the fact that we're at, year 6, soon to be coming up to year 7 of the Longship. Like, that's you lot. And whether it's just been mocking me with a 200 bits or big chunks or what have you, I'm still here because you kept me here. I'm able to move into this place and keep my guinea pigs alive because of you lot. And I worry that in my frazzled state I haven't been, telling you how grateful I am. So, sorry, I didn't mean to get all real with you for a sec there. Feck you, Quasi. I don't even want Saruman references. Said Will, lying. No, and as I said, I gotta thank you for, letting me have a stream that you can even interrupt. Something is nearby, but it's not very big.
Break the dam. Release the river.
I have to go see people. I can't be fucking tear streaked. Oh, thank you for the boxes. Quasi, thank you. That's $10 right there, keeping this thing going. Thank you. One thing I will say is this really does...
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Oh, Air Dragon, fucking thank you.
Greetings and salutations. 26 is half of 42. That is one whole half of the answer to the question. Not sure what the question is though.
The question is actually, how long can you stand to put up with Will? Now let's see if rain affects the fire arrows. And how much can these fucking ents handle? Yeah, down you fucking go, mate. It's only a little bit of a forest fire. Don't even worry about it. No, but seriously, Air Dragon, thank you. Actually, I haven't checked in on the Don't Starve peeps. I wonder what they're up to these days. Because they were everywhere for a hot second. I think they were doing some self-publishing stuff as well. And it does look like that once you start... yeah, once you start a fire, it looks like that arrow is toast. So you can't pull it back. I guess that's to kind of balance out just how much fucking damage you're causing. We're not doing too badly, and we've got plenty of heals, so we'll be good. Okay. But no, Quasi, again, thank you, friend. And Air Dragon, how have you been? What have you been up to? Do you need a primer on... piss. The game? There we go. Those middle deer are no joke if you don't handle them right. Ah, okay, so there's the gate from earlier, and there's the stinky mushrooms. So let's hop down the hill. Get some more arrows. Oh yeah, no, Air Dragon, it is utterly gorgeous. You can tell again that the person who headed this project was a environmental artist first and foremost.
Who wants to sing?
And Skygis, fucking thank you. They just published a Beastie Ball. Okay. Fascinating. Alright, so that's... okay, yeah, this is where I want to go and explore some more. Okay. I don't know if there's any value in it right now, but as we get closer towards the end of the year, I'm gonna sit down with as many like indie friendos that have knowledge to share and stuff they can talk about, so that we can discuss like what next year's gonna look like. Because like, who's publishing games and what games they're publishing, like who should you be looking at, what's going down, is an interesting conversation to have. And it's easy to forget the quiet success, right? Like, games news right now, it's, you know, one day we're flitting between, you know, the ridiculous success of so-and-so indie, or we're talking about, like, you know, the fall of an empire. But the long and short of it being that there are a lot of people in the space who have been succeeding very well, just quietly, you know? And it just struck me that the peeps behind Don't Starve, they were actually publishing other games back in the day, right? Sort of begs the question. Oh! How's that for a clean shot? Like, are they maybe one of the teams to keep an eye on or to talk to in 2025? Like, right now, the only one that any of us really know who is doing good is Inner Sloth, or Outer Sloth is their publishing arm. Because they're being fucking smart about it. Sorry. When you got noodles caught in your teeth, my apologies. No, he has fucking seen me. Boosh! The skill of the hunter. Because it's like, I wonder what Tiny Build's going to be doing, because Tiny Build keep having games that aren't being very well received, but they are still publishing. And whether or not those games are making money is sometimes hard to tell these days. So they just put an extraction shooter into early access, which is kind of a fun premise, but it's not a fun game to play. There you are. I just couldn't see it against the grapple. The TLDR is kind of like a... sci-fi horror affair, you know. Monsters that are hurt by light have been unleashed by scientists being dingleberries. And so you and your team go into these, you know, forsaken facilities to try and gather supplies and research data and whatnot. You know, pretty common affair with these types of games. However, instead of scavs, other people get to play as sentient monsters. Like specific kind of like hunter-stalkers. And it's such a great premise, but the blend isn't quite there yet, you know. Because it's one of those things that's such a great idea on paper, and once you add players into it, you start to realize that maybe this wasn't such a smart move. Okay, hang on. So, asymmetric multiplayer is a difficult thing to get right. You know, balancing the feeling of both team having agency and neither team feeling like they're having their time wasted. Neither team feeling like the task is unfun or impossible. It's really hard. All you need to do is talk to anybody who's super into Dead by Daylight and they'll give you the skinny. And if you then take that mechanic and then you make it an extraction shooter, well, then you have yourself a challenge, right? Because with extraction shooters, you know, if you don't get out with the stuff, you don't get to keep the stuff, right? And that's not fun. I feel like something nearby, but it's not an end. Sorry, my little hand tremor warning is telling me that there's something here, but I can't see anything and I can't hear anything. Okay. Anyway, jumping back. The fail state. Oh, motherfucking Bigfoot! You all ever seen a Bigfoot on fire? Okay, we've got a stag. Oh no, and Aeon, so you misunderstand me. I don't mean like what games should you be looking at next year. I mean like who are the publishers you should be paying attention to. Get fucked, Bigfoot. Get fucked. I'm gonna get my arrows. Wait, come back here, you coward! You're full of me fucking bows! Alright. One fire arrow left. Okay, sorry.
I'm so sorry, friends. Here's me trying to juggle 5 things in my noggin at once and mostly failing. But this tiny build concept seemed really, really good. It just trying to get the balance between like a creature that has the agency to be a threat, but isn't just pure troll bait, but also kind of making that character fun. The rest of the like sci-fi flavored nonsense is, you know, you've got sci-fi zombies, you've got sci-fi turrets, you've got sci-fi weirdness. You know, most of the stuff that you would expect. Sorry, you can tell I'm paying attention now, because there's a big fucking stag here last time that broke my face. Alright, there is something nearby, but it's little, so I'm not going to give a shit. Onward! Hey, remember that time my guy decided to check his diary in the middle of a fight? Also, big mood, Skellyman. Big mood. Yeah, Skyrim, and when you think about it, like, the extraction zone wasn't a true... Well, okay, there's no such thing really as a true extraction shooter, but with the Division, like... you didn't have to worry about you like losing all of your gear, just the potential gear that you picked up that hadn't been decontaminated. So there was a lot of like the good risk reward stuff, but you know, nothing that you really had to super freak out about, right? Hey Fred, welcome back. How are you doing? We're doing some hunting. Actually, we can grab a couple arrows while we're here. Well, I tell you what, Fred, we've been looking for the Axis for like 3.5, 4 hours. Still nothing. Still nothing. And I will say, friends, you have me for another 15 minutes. So if you have any questions, thoughts, or feels, or otherwise, now's the time. Holy boss, what's that giant beam of light? I have no idea. But let's find out together. No, and Sky, I corrected myself because ultimately it doesn't matter. Whether you do or don't lose anything as you come in and out of an extraction shooter is not the definitive of it, right? It's every genre in video games. It's a vibe. It's a feeling. It's an experience. And it's like the people who feel the need to separate the difference between roguelike and roguelite. Like, it doesn't matter a fucking hill of beans. So yeah, I'm trying not to be a fucking genre snob when it really doesn't fucking matter. Air and stealth. Air and stealth and fire! Okay, and we're back out. Yeah. Well, so like Moose, I get it how that comes from like music and how that comes from like food and stuff like that, right? Things that have a geographical component. Like the closest we have isn't even really a genre, but like you'll often hear people use the term slapjank, you know, to refer to games that came out of Eastern Europe that were really fucking rough around the edges, but did some like weird and cool shit, you know. Not Paratropic, not Pandemic, fuck, what was it called? Fuck. Oh, that's going to annoy me now. Apparently, I've just forgotten how to remember the names of things. But that, and Stalker, and a lot of other titles that came from that space. But again, that's not... Like, Slapjack isn't a genre, it's a vibe. You know? Like, the Haunted PS1 collection isn't a genre, it's a collective, it's a vibe. Whereas, like, you know, a Berlin kebab is a special kind of kebab you can only get from Berlin because of varying cultural norms and stuff like that. Yeah. Whoa! Okay, I promise, I'm not going to eat up our last 15 minutes going obsessive onto genres. With me personally, I love talking about video game genres because they lack... They don't come from Fucking hell, I'm awake now. They don't come from geographical locations, and they don't come from business wankers, no matter what business wankers try and can. Like, they are entirely ours. So, like, one of the things I find really interesting is that when Vampire Survivors dropped, people tried to coin the term bullet heaven. Because we have bullet hell games. So they were like, oh, well, this is the reverse of it, so obviously bullet hell would be bullet heaven. And that hasn't really taken off. People just kind of call it Vampire Survivors-like, or that ilk. Survival horror is still a hangover term from the 90s, but has nothing to do with survival games or modern horror. Oh, you mean, would we even have the term quadruple A if it wasn't for Yves Guillemot fucking running his mouth? Well, and so Air Dragon, like, whether you use the term action RPG or not, it like is a like an indication of what circles you roll in. Because most people describe them as kind of like, oh, it's a Diablo-like title that does this. Because, like, I often refer to it similar as like the term adventure game. The adventure game is an old hangover, right? From... yeah. Anyway, I'm trying not to destroy all of our conversation time with this, because it is one I love, and it is one I'm absolutely obsessed with. Oh, fuck off. That's in your face. That's in your butt. Dude! Stop stealing my arrows! Fucking 4 arrows to put that guy down. Oh, look who's hunting in a pack today. I think there's one more. No, we're good. Anyway, and this is not to say that, like, Air Dragon, you are wrong for using action RPG as a term or anything like that. I ain't here to... do we go up or down? Well, you got to get up to get down, so let's do that. Can't see me, but he can fucking smell me. The wind is not in favor. And I will say, one of the things that always makes me laugh is how JRPG has maintained as a title, and it doesn't even mean games that are made in... It doesn't even mean RPGs made in Japan anymore. Anyway, I fucking love this conversation. And it's also... The reason why I love it so much is because, like, music is a big old family tree, right? And I'm not saying that games exist in a vacuum, but you don't need to be in a certain part of the world. You don't need to be of a certain affluent banding to be part of a genre. Some maybe, you know, those like physical controller games and stuff like that. You know, you can't make that shit if you're broke. But small critter nearby. And the great thing is, no matter how much corpo fuckers try and coin genres and try and tell us what something is, ultimately the medium decides. I love that. Oh god, yeah. So Air Dragon, as someone who was very in the metal scene for a larger portion of their life, oh boy howdy do I feel you. Ooh. Map excavation unlocked. Cool. Alright, and whatever that red thing is, that's what we're going to head to next. Cool. But with a lot of music genres, one, there was a time when metal fans were some of the most arsey about what genre was what. But ultimately, they come from a family tree, right? You know, you can't have nu metal without metal. Not to be confused with new metal, which is a different thing. People got weird about metal genres. But what? So Fred, I'll do you one better. Like, describing what pop music is a fucking headache. Indie musicians. This is indie music was very big when I was a youngling. Now you'd think, like as a genre, holy crap. I mean, we went through the same things with video games, but like, it's fucking fascinating is what it is. Yeah, the fact that new metal isn't new anymore does make me laugh. Look, Fred, I'm still having to come to terms with me. Oh, look who wants to be on fire. This guy! Oh, it's gonna set the whole place on fire. Oh, he got it out. Okay. I wouldn't. Oh, right in the noggin. Oh, shit. I'm about to get King Kong'd, aren't I? Yes! First time, every time. Pull that one out of your ass. Not so big and tough now, are you? Yeah. Watch me immediately get my ass kicked. So, Restless Roots, Watto and Welcome, how are you doing? Oh, you know, I feel it's like symphonic metal and stuff like that. Fucking love it. I don't listen to metal as much as, you know, on the day-to-day, but I still love it. Ooh, this looks useful. Runes are locked in, so if I die, I die. Now, is that a rune, or is that a portal? One way to find out. Ooh! Oh, I learnt the yeet! I learnt how to yeet. Oh, this is amazing. Alright, where's the guy who's trying to... Alright, where's the guy who's fucking around over here? Come on. Come here. Come here. Oh, look who's fucking run away now that I can do... Yeet! Ah. Yeah, the Greetus the Yeetus. There we go. Unfortunately, friends, I will need to bring our adventures to a close in just a sec. Okay? So,
Yeet!
And I'm pretty sure I can do this. Whee! Also, I might be able to... It looks like there's something over there. I might be able to get to it. Oh, fuck! We managed to get one of the bigger Bigfoot. The bigger feet. Sasquatch. The black-haired version seems more elusive. The head does seem to be more vulnerable than the rest of their body. Unlike deer, chest shot seems to do almost nothing. Perhaps it's the extra muscle bulk stopping arrows. Today, I set Sasquatch on fire. Alright, I've been seeing this red stuff over here.
I'd say that ability is igneous extrusive.
Piss! I used all my magic fucking about. Give me a sec. I'm gonna go restock and then see if I can get across there. And sorry, and Fearless, thank you for the bits. Restless Roots, I hope you had a really fucking good stream, friend. You know, you've been bringing your either just yourself or your squad in on the consistent, and I don't think I've been saying enough thank yous for that. So thank you. I don't know, I woke up this morning and I won't lie, I was exhausted. I had no reason to be exhausted apart from the drilling and whatnot. But, you know, I realised that the rest of my day would entail hanging out and talking with you lot. I don't know, like, that's a lovely thing to be able to do every day. So, I don't know, I'm just feelsy today, alright? Shut up. Don't judge me. You lot are wonderful. I'm very lucky that I get to spend my days hanging out with you all, you know? Ah, invisible wall. Boo! Boo! I could have made that jump and all. Yeah, but Aeon, I wasn't awake at 4 o'clock in the morning, you know, wrangling kaiju or fighting Sasquatch here. I was awake at 4 o'clock in the morning dealing with, you know, what games we would play this week for the Longshipian nonsense. Okay, but this is a good place to bring our adventures to a close. What a fucking gorgeous game it's been and all. So yeah, this has been the Axis Unseen. Now, I won't be streaming this, but I do, like, if anything that you've seen today has been your jam, pick it up, because I'm going to play a fuck ton of it, alright? And if you do pick up a copy, you are supporting an independent dev, so that's really fucking cool, alright? Oh, hang on. Now, a bunch of you have thrown in bits and gifted subs and even donated, like, direct cash, which is why Favor 6 is still ruling. And I just want to say an extra thank you for that. I apologise that I'm rushing off, but... yeah. This makes me super happy. And for that, I cannot say thank you enough. But you're going to have to put up with me fucking trying, so nya. And to that end, I would like to thank the following people. I love it when the credits work and I don't have to yell at varying things. Oh, I tell you what, if we don't end up with a sneaky stream or anything tonight, I might do you all a long ship after dark. Okay, so to Commander Squeaks, Solar Ashari, Countess Sonyx, or Sony X, The Lost Harbinger, Attack of the John. Where did I miss that? And Kidney Beans, thank you all for following. We're creeping towards 5k, which is fucking cool. I hope we get to hang out and talk video games. To Wolfcrad, the Dice Goddess, British Jed, Sir Garrett Cameron, Let's Beyblade! Cult, it's not a cult. It's not a cult. Noodle Cult Mayor Dragon. Whether you're a gifted sub, comedy sub, or a fucking 6-year legend, thank you. Favor 6, thank you for the huge donation. Like, that's really fucking appreciated right now. And to Eriman, Quasimoto, Legend of Morad, Some Numbers, Akira Zero, Favor 6, Fearless Sun, Vanderbeast, Dust in Your Eyes, Wolfcrad, Pun Spectre, Nova Talora. Gonna have to make sure I get that one right. And ET3 Stooge, Bacon Avenger, J Post, and Andorf. Like, thank you so much. Like, bits and donations are why I'm still here. So, thank you. Your moderator today was the full complement of Caffeine, Nova, and Rhymes of Moose. And we got huge raids from British Gen and Restless Roots. I am going to throw you into a raid of somebody, but whoever I pass you to, friends, just spam some cutie patootie slug cats and just let them know that I've had to rush on. Okay. Oh, and of course, the... Fuck. The fucking day that I need to rush off, there's fucking loads of people. So I'm like, alright, who can we help? Ooh, so, somebody I know is on Subnautica and has just made it to, like, the big mushroom area. Oh, no, I think... Yeah, no, they've made it to the big mushroom area. No, sorry, the purple glowing mushroom area. Okay. Alright. There we go. So I'm going to pass you on over there. It looks like they've not gotten to the point of... Oh yeah, they're currently trying to get the materials to build their Cyclops. So that's a good point to jump on in. Alright? Friends, thank you for a lovely and wonderful day. If I see you later, excellent. If not, tomorrow is Therapy Swords, and tomorrow is specifically the Baal fight, so wish me fucking luck, I guess. Wish me fucking luck. Alright. Love to you all. Have a wonderful rest of your evening if I don't see you. And yeah, friends, to be continued. To be continued. Caffeine ending with, what's the over-under compared to Melania? It's going to be less, but I think the emotional damage is going to be way higher. Curse you, Bale! You ball bag! Scorched into my noggin. Alright, you lovely Mother Hubbards. Go. Be terrors. I'll see you tomorrow. Good night, friends.